Chapter 2446. What a pity! Ancestral Gragon sighed. The bloodline of Saint Ancestor Xianxia was in the hands of the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. However, now that it was in the hands of the foreign tribe's divine ancestor, it was impossible to completely destroy Saint Ancestor Xianxia. In a flash, Ancestral Gragon entered the Purgatory Suppression Formation. I'll spare you today. It won't be long before the Purgatory Suppression World and the Heaven World are destroyed. I'll definitely succeed in splitting open the heavens. All of you stubborn people will die. The cold voice of the foreign tribe's divine ancestor rang out as he ordered the foreign tribes to retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless outsiders soared into the sky and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The sacred ancestor of the foreign tribe cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared from the world. The great battle ended just like that. Thank you for saving us, Ancestral Gragon. Greetings, Senior. Ching Tsong, Elder Lu, and the others flew over and bowed to the Ancestral Gragon. It was said that the Ancestral Gragon was the ancestor of all true dragons in the world. His seniority was too high as he had lived for countless years. No one knew how the Ancestral Dragon appeared, nor did they know how long the Ancestral Dragon had lived. At ease, the Ancestral Gragon turned into a burly old man in his human form. He waved his hand casually and appeared in front of Lu Ming in a flash. He looked at Lu Ming carefully. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to recover. Just now, he had used up too much energy to resist the third bloodline. His autonomous realm energy was about to dry up. In the end, he managed to hold on. External energy continued to pour into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's autonomous realm energy was quickly recovering. After a while, Lu Ming let out a long breath and stood up. The third bloodline has finally left. Lu Ming felt extremely relaxed. The third bloodline was like a ticking time bomb that threatened Lu Ming's safety. Although it could help Lu Ming at times, Lu Ming would rather not have it. Now that the third bloodline, which was the bloodline of Saint Ancestor Xianxia, had left, Lu Ming felt relaxed. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. When he opened his eyes, Lu Ming saw the Ancestral Gragon. Although the Ancestral Gragon turned into a human, his aura remained the same. Lu Ming quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Junior Lu Ming greets Ancestral Gragon. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. Ancestral Gragon laughed heartily. When he looked at Lu Ming, his face was full of smiles. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could control this kind of power. Ancestral Gragon sighed. Lu Ming was stunned. When the Ancestral Dragon mentioned the power of the Master, it was obvious that he was referring to the power that Lu Ming controlled. Name? You. Lu Ming asked curiously. I know, but this power is too rare. Even there, it's very rare. I'm not very clear about the specifics. Ancestral Gragon said. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, You have to cultivate well. If you continue, you might be able to break the limit and step into the Supreme Realm. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Ancestral Gragon looked at the Hell, Suppressing Realm's Elder Lu and the others, and said, Staying in the Fiend God world for too long is not a good idea. Instead, it will give the foreign races an opportunity to take you down one by one. Why don't you come with me to the Heavenly World? Senior, we also want to go to the Heaven Realm. But there are countless people in the Prison Suppression Realm. We can't bring them over. Yes, although a peak Heavenly Emperor doesn't need a space tunnel and can directly tear space, cross the long void, and enter other worlds, they can only move alone. They can't bring anyone with them. Even if there's a Grotto Heaven treasure, it will be crushed when crossing the long void. The elders of the Prison Suppression Realm spoke one after another. To be able to go to the Heaven Realm and meet up with the powerhouses of the Heaven Realm, they were naturally willing to join forces. But even if a peak Heavenly Emperor could directly cross the long void and enter another world, they could not bring anyone with them. Even low-level Emperor weapons could not be brought along. In a long void process, they would be torn apart by the void storm. Even if they were placed in the sea of consciousness, it would be useless. Therefore, even if there was a grotto heaven treasure, it would be useless to put people inside. Similarly, cultivating a small world was also useless. It turns out that a peak heavenly emperor can directly cross the long void, from one world to another. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He thought of when he was captured by Wuxia. At that time, Wuxia directly passed through the void and took him down. Wuxia was a peak heavenly emperor. This I naturally understand. It couldn't in the past, but it doesn't mean it can't now. The ancestral Gregon smiled and explained, "Now, the 9 prison suppression steels are gathered. As long as they are controlled, they can form a prison suppression space that can accommodate countless people. With the level of the prison suppression steels, even if they cross the long void, they can still block it." Really, that's great. Huh. The people of the prison suppression realm were all ecstatic. Back then, I was an old friend of the prison suppression steels, and I also know some ways to control the prison suppression steels. Let's do it now, the ancestral Gregon said. After saying that, the ancestral Gregon's body emitted a powerful aura, and his hands quickly formed seals. Buzz! The 9 prison suppression steels began to vibrate, and then slowly floated in the air. The 9 prison suppression steels resonated with each other and gave birth to a space. That was the prison suppression space, and the grotto heaven treasure had the same meaning. Enter! The ancestral Gregon growled, and a powerful suction force was produced. The entire prison suppression realm, the endless population, all flew into the prison suppression space. Finally, Lu Ming, Qing Song, Elder Lu, and the others also entered the prison suppression space. The prison suppression space was also a world, vast and boundless, with endless mountains. We didn't notice it before. Elder Lu and the others were overjoyed and began to arrange people to let the endless population of the prison suppression realm live and reproduce here. As for the ancestral Gregon, he kept the 9 prison suppression steels and took a step forward. The space directly split open, and he traveled through the void towards the heaven boundary. After an unknown period of time, the ancestral Gregon's figure appeared in the prison suppression space. "I'm already in the heaven boundary." The ancestral Gregon smiled. So fast, everyone was overjoyed and at the same time shocked. The ancestral Gregon's strength was unfathomable. He had returned to the heaven boundary from the evil god boundary in such a short time. "Follow me." The ancestral Gregon waved his hand, and Lu Ming, Qing Song, Lu Zhonglai, and the others disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared in the sky. Standing in the sky and looking around, they found that under their feet was an incomparably huge mountain. There were many buildings on the huge mountain. Around the huge mountain, there were several huge cities. So many experts. Lu Ming was shocked to find that there were terrifying auras coming from the huge mountain. There were heavenly emperors, and there were also great emperors. The number was shocking. Chapter 2447. Where is this place? Is this the foundation of the heavenly realm? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. In the past, when he was in Two World City, the number of masters he encountered could not be compared to the foreign races, or even the Purgatory realm. Lu Ming had always been curious about how they could fight against the foreign races with such strength. Lu Ming also guessed whether the heavenly realm had hidden its strength. Now he realized that it was very likely that this was the hidden strength of the heavenly realm. This is where I live. It's an independent world, called the Lair of Zulong by the outside world. Ancestral Gregon explained. Lair of Zulong. Lu Ming remembered the name. At this moment, a rainbow light flew out from the mountain peak below and appeared in front of everyone in a flash. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure, wearing a scale armor, majestic and handsome. 5 elements, ha, long time no see. Seeing this middle-aged man, Qing Tsong laughed and greeted him. When the middle-aged man saw Qing Tsong, he stared and seemed a little surprised. Then he smiled and said, "So it's you, Lion. After so many years, I thought you had died long ago." "Bah, if your Qilin is not dead, how could I be dead?" Qing Song deliberately pulled a long face. He was very happy to see an acquaintance. 5 elements? Qilin. Is it the 5 elements Qilin of the top 10 battle beasts? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Among the top 10 battle beasts, there was a 5 elements Qilin, which was definitely powerful. Seeing that the other party was so familiar with Qing Song, it was most likely so. Greetings, Senior. 5 elements bowed to ancestral Gragon. 5 elements, you came at the right time. I brought all the people from the Purgatory realm. Go and arrange a place for them to live. Ancestral Gragon said, and then waved his hand. 9 Purgatory tablets flew out and flew to Elder Lu. Elder Lu reached out and caught them. Okay, everyone, please follow me. 5 elements waved his hand and flew in a direction. Elder Lu and the others followed. At the scene, only Ancestral Gragon, Lu Ming, Qing Song, and a few people from the heavenly realm were left. Senior, we'll take our leave. Senior Ancestral Gragon, I also have to leave. Those people bade farewell to Ancestral Gragon. They were people from the heaven realm and had been captured by the outsiders for countless years. They missed their family and friends here. Now that they met, they naturally wanted to see them as soon as possible. Go ahead. There are teleportation portals in those cities. You can use them to leave. Ancestral Dragon said. Everyone saluted and then said to Lu Ming, Brother Lu Ming, you have our teleportation token in your hand. If you need anything, feel free to send us a message. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then, those people left one after another. Only Lu Ming and Qing Song remained. Senior, I also have to take my leave. Lu Ming also wanted to leave. When he was captured by the outsiders, Dandan, Bubbles, and his other friends and family must have been very worried. After all, it had been more than 100 years. He couldn't wait to go back and see them. 100 years was an extremely long time for him. An ordinary person wouldn't have such a long lifespan. I wonder how his parents are doing, and how are the others? Lu Ming, don't be in a hurry to go back. Stay here for a few months. After a few months, I have something to tell you. Ancestral Gragon said. A few months? That's good. Lu Ming nodded. More than 100 years had passed. A few months didn't matter. During this time, you can take a walk around the lair of Zulong. Ancestral Gragon said. Lu Ming, you can walk around here. I have to go. At this time, Qing Song said. He then bade farewell to Lu Ming and Ancestral Gragon and left. Lu Ming and Ancestral Gragon landed in front of a palace in the giant mountain below. Ancestral Gragon gave Lu Ming a dragon-shaped token. With this token, Lu Ming could freely enter and leave the lair of Zulong. After that, Ancestral Gragon entered a large hall, presumably to cultivate. Lu Ming, on the other hand, wandered around. This giant mountain was really huge. It stretched for millions of miles. There were caves, palaces, and so on everywhere. Lu Ming wandered around casually. In front of many caves and palaces, he could feel powerful auras. Many of them exuded the aura of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The Heavenly realm has been passed down from the desolate, archaic, and ancient antiquity. After countless years, the number of experts accumulated is astonishing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In addition to the experts of the prison suppression realm, only then would they have the capital to fight against the foreign tribes. Lu Ming was wandering around when suddenly, he heard a violent roar in front of him. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming was curious and strode forward. In front of him, there was a huge palace. In front of the palace, there was a square. 2 figures were fighting fiercely in the square. Sword Chi surged. True Emperor realm. From a distance, Lu Ming could feel that the cultivation of the 2 figures was in the true Emperor realm. On this mountain, there were very few true emperors. Lu Ming guessed that they should be the disciples of some expert. That as Lu Ming approached. When he saw the appearance of the 2 figures fighting, he couldn't help but be stunned. The 2 were acquaintances. Moreover, they were acquaintances that he hadn't seen for a long time. Xianxia and Xianfeng. Lu Ming was really dumbfounded. He didn't expect to meet Xianxia and Xianfeng here. Back then, when Lu Ming was still cultivating in the eastern Xian region, Xianxia and Xianfeng's families were exterminated by the Heavenly Corpse sect. Because of the ancient desolate city, they were stranded on a small island in the heavenly realm. On that small island, Lu Ming was besieged by the evil god tribe. In the end, the Xian family ancestor woke up and killed the evil god tribe. He brought Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianfeng back to the Yuan realm. Later, the Xian family ancestor left with Xianxia and Xianfeng. After this departure, Lu Ming never saw them again. Later, Lu Ming sent people to search for them in the divine desolate continent. In the Yuan continent, he also sent people to inquire about them. There was never any news of Xianxia and the rest. He never expected to meet Xianxia and the rest here. It seems that the Xian family ancestor is definitely a terrifying existence. Lu Ming thought in his heart. His current knowledge was naturally different from the past. There were many things that he could infer. The Xian family ancestor was very likely seriously injured in the battle with the foreign tribes in the ancient times. He fell into the Yuan realm along with the ancient desolate city. He was an extremely powerful existence. From the way he met Dandan and his attitude towards Dandan, it could be seen. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianfeng also felt that someone was approaching. They couldn't help but stop and look over. When they saw Lu Ming, the two of them were subconsciously stunned. Then their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. They were dumbfounded. Lu Ming. The two of them were obviously very surprised. They didn't expect to meet Lu Ming here. Ha ha ha. Xianxia, Xianfeng, long time no see. How have you been? Lu Ming had already come to his senses. He laughed loudly and flew over. Big brother Lu Ming, it's really you. Xianxia greeted him with a smile. Of course it's me. It's the real deal. Chapter 2448. The two sides had not seen each other for a long time. It had been more than 100 years. Now that they met, they had endless topics to talk about. Even Xianfeng, who had always been serious, had a smile on his face. During the conversation, Lu Ming learned about the experiences of Xianxia and the others over the years. Back then, the Xian family's patriarch brought Xianxia and Xianfeng with him. After they parted ways with Lu Ming, they had been traveling everywhere. They had been to various places, barged through dangerous and forbidden lands, and trained everywhere. After more than 10 years, the Xian family's patriarch brought them to the heaven realm. In ancient times, the Xian family ancestor was an extremely powerful existence in the heaven realm. Naturally, he knew about the lair of Zulong. After coming to the heaven realm, the Xian family ancestor took Xianxia and Xianfeng to the lair of Zulong and settled down there. The Xian family ancestor focused on cultivation and recovery. He would take time to guide Xianxia and Xianfeng. This day lasted for more than 100 years. Although Xianxia and Xianfeng's talents were not particularly good, the cultivation environment was too good. The lair of Zulong, the place where the ancestral dragon lived, had the best cultivation environment in the heaven realm. In addition to the guidance of the Xian family ancestor and the accumulation of a large amount of resources, the two of them cultivated to the true emperor realm in more than 100 years. Lu Ming also briefly talked about his experience. Although it was just a simple explanation, the two of them were still shaken to the core. Lu Ming had nowhere to go in the lair of Zulong, so he settled down here. Occasionally, Xianxia and Xianfeng would find Lu Ming to spar. Lu Ming just casually attacked, and the two of them were no match for him. The two of them admired Lu Ming even more. The two of them had the best cultivation environment and the guidance of experts. However, Lu Ming relied on himself and walked step by step to get to where he was today. His achievements were far above the two of them. Naturally, the two of them admired him. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Lu Ming received a message from the ancestral dragon, asking him to wait at the place where the ancestral dragon was cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming bid farewell to Xianxia and Xianfeng and walked towards the palace at the peak of the mountain. When Lu Ming arrived, he found that there was no one in sight. Lu Ming began to wait. Not long after, Lu Ming heard footsteps. He looked over and saw a few people walking over. There were a total of 4 people, 2 old men, one middle-aged man and one young man. Dragon Qi, they are all true dragons. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could sense Dragon Qi from the four of them. He had the bloodline of the 9 dragons, and his spirit body was the dragon god battle body. He was very sensitive to dragon aura and could easily sense it. "It's you, brat." Seeing Lu Ming, the young man strode over with an unfriendly look in his eyes. Lu Ming was baffled. This was the first time he had met this young man, and he hadn't offended him. Why was this young man so hostile towards him the moment they met? Was he crazy? Lu Ming frowned. However, this was the lair of Zulong, and the other party was a true dragon, most likely related to the ancestral dragon. He couldn't be bothered to lower himself to their level. The Dragon Marrow Pool opens once every 10,000 years. This time, only I am qualified to enter the Dragon Marrow Pool. I really don't understand why the ancestral dragon wants you to enter the Dragon Marrow Pool. Is the ancestral dragon, the young man said indignantly. Aolwan, watch your words. Before the young man could finish, an old man hurriedly interrupted him. The young man's name was Aolwan. His expression changed slightly, and he stopped speaking. However, his eyes became colder as he stared at Lu Ming. Brat, the Dragon Marrow Pool opens once every 10,000 years. Only the most talented can enter. I am the most talented dragon in the past 10,000 years. Why do you have to enter? Dragon Marrow Pool? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the ancestral dragon wanted him to wait for a few months so that he could enter the Dragon Marrow Pool? It was very likely. Otherwise, this young man from the dragon tribe wouldn't be so hostile towards him. The ancestral dragon has his reasons for letting anyone in, Lu Ming said. Are you saying that your talent is stronger than mine? The young man said coldly. His eyes flickered coldly. Lu Ming smiled without answering the question, but his intention was clear. Ha ha, very well, very well. Since someone is so confident in front of me, I would like to see what you've got. I challenge you to a duel. Come at me. Aolwan burst out laughing as a powerful aura burst out from his body. 6-star martial monarch. This Aolwan's cultivation was shockingly outstanding. That being said, Aolwan had been cultivating for quite some time. Lu Ming speculated that he had been cultivating for at least a few thousand years. As a matter of fact, Aolwan had been cultivating for over 5,000 years. It was extremely rare to be able to cultivate to the 6-star martial monarch realm in just over 5,000 years. He would be ranked at the top even on the longevity ranking of the non-human tribes. He was definitely a rare genius. No wonder he was so confident. The 2 old men of the true dragon tribe and the middle-aged, bulky man watched on expressionlessly. They had no intention of stopping him. You are no match against me. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. With his current cultivation, he was not interested in a 6-star martial monarch realm cultivator. He was telling the truth, but Aolwan was completely enraged. Shameless, I would like to see what you've got. Aolwan was enraged. He stomped his foot and charged at Lu Ming at lightning speed. His claw twisted and grabbed at Lu Ming. The claw struck out, causing the void to explode. Its power was shockingly strong. Immemorial path of beast. Lu Ming was startled. This Aolwan did not cultivate the path of beast, but the immemorial path of beast. Whoosh! Lu Ming put his fingers together like a sword and pierced toward the other party's claw. It was like a real, unparalleled divine sword, fast as lightning and unparalleled in sharpness. Bang! Lu Ming's finger collided with Aolwan's claw, resulting in a great explosion. Aolwan's figure shuddered violently as if he had been electrocuted before he was sent flying. Immemorial path of body cultivator. Aolwan wore a dark expression. Lu Ming had only used the strength of his flesh. He had assumed that Lu Ming was a body cultivator who purely cultivated his flesh. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the sky as Aolwan transformed into a true dragon. His body was winding as he lunged at Lu Ming with his claws. 5 dragon claws slammed at Lu Ming continuously. The dragon claws were covered in a layer of terrifying beast force. Aolwan's strength had reached its peak after transforming into a true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He had already shown mercy, but his opponent did not know when to stop. Therefore, he could not blame him for being merciless. Whoosh! Lu Ming's muscles shuddered as he dashed forward and threw out punches. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's fists collided with Ao Luan's dragon claws. Each collision caused Ao Luan's figure to shudder violently and be knocked back. After a few exchanges, Ao Luan was knocked back over 100 li, completely suppressed by Lu Ming. What a powerful body! This person has already cultivated his body to the peak of the great emperor realm. The middle-aged man muttered with a dark expression. Ao Luan was one of his nephews. At this moment, Lu Ming attacked. He grabbed one of Ao Luan's dragon claws and smashed it onto the ground. Roar! Chapter 2449. Stop! By the side, that middle-aged man roared loudly, his body rushing out explosively, grabbing towards Lu Ming with a claw. A terrifying power crushed over towards Lu Ming. Very clearly, this person was a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse. Lu Ming's expression changed, flinging Ao Luan out with a fling. His body retreated wildly, avoiding the middle-aged man's attack. Sixth uncle, teach him a lesson for me. Teach him a ruthless lesson for me. Ao Luan stabilized his figure and roared loudly. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming and said, "Little brother looks young, but your cultivation is so profound. Truly admirable. I'm also eager to see a prey. How about little brother accompany me for a few moves?" Ho! Lu Ming smiled coldly. Beating the young one, the old one came out. He only displayed the power of the fleshy body just now. The realm that he displayed was peak Great Emperor, while the middle-aged man was a heavenly emperor. Although he was a one-star heavenly emperor, he was also far above peak Great Emperor. Now, he actually asked Lu Ming to exchange a few moves with him. This was clearly bullying. However, just a one-star heavenly emperor, why would Lu Ming be afraid? A hint of an inexplicable smile appeared at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth, and he said with a nod, "All right, senior's invitation. How can junior dare to refuse?" Agreed? The middle-aged man, as well as those two old men, were all taken aback. They originally even thought that Lu Ming would not dare to accept the challenge, and then retreat in the face of difficulties, taking the initiative to give up on entering the Dragon Marrow pool. They did not expect that Lu Ming actually agreed. A trace of cold light flashed across in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes. Then he would seize this opportunity and teach Lu Ming a good lesson. Lu Ming was someone that Ancestral Dragon took a fancy on. He naturally did not dare to have killing intent towards Lu Ming, but there was no harm in teaching him a lesson a little. Little brother is really heroic. Then pay attention. The middle-aged man smiled and suddenly took a step forward. His body rushed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Then he clawed at Lu Ming. He had already used 80% of his strength in this attack. He was confident that he could defeat a peak Great Emperor easily. Boom! Lu Ming also threw a punch at the middle-aged man. He actually dares to take it head-on. What a hothead! The middle-aged man felt disdain in his heart. A peak Great Emperor actually dared to clash head-on with a heavenly emperor. What was it if not foolish? Bang! Their attacks collided. At this moment, Lu Ming's fist emitted a dazzling purple-gold radiance. The Tao of Sovereign. In the instant that the two of them collided, Lu Ming erupted with the Tao of Sovereign. The middle-aged man's expression instantly changed. His eyeballs almost popped out from their sockets as he wore an astounded expression. At this moment, he felt an incomparably horrifying power surge towards him. At the critical moment, he unleashed his full strength, but it was already too late. With an intense rumble, the middle-aged man's body was like a broken sack, flying out horizontally. He flew out 1,000 miles before stabilizing his figure. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, and one of his arms was already bent out of shape. What? By the side, Ao Luan, as well as the two old men, were all stunned. One move. Lu Ming actually only used one move and sent the middle-aged man flying out horizontally, vomiting blood from his mouth. The middle-aged man was a heavenly emperor. The few people's minds could not wrap around it all of a sudden. Lu Ming was not surprised in the slightest. Him erupting with the power of sovereign right now was sufficient to suppress and even kill a one-star heavenly emperor. And just now, the middle-aged man was naturally not Lu Ming's match due to his carelessness. Roar! The middle-aged man roared angrily, his body transforming into a true dragon. Vast dragon pressure spread out, pouncing towards Lu Ming. He did not believe that if he erupted with his full strength, he still could not take down Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly just great emperor realm. The enormous dragon body instantly pounced above Lu Ming's head. Really looking for a thrashing? Lu Ming opened his mouth coldly, his entire body shrouded in purple gold light, akin to a divine spirit that ruled the world. Swoosh! He turned into a purple gold light and rushed towards the other party. At the same time, the purple gold light condensed into a long spear. This was a long spear condensed with the Tao of Sovereign. It was sturdy and immortal, indestructible. Bang! Lu Ming's spear lashed out. This spear did not just have the power of the Tao of Sovereign, it also had the power of the fleshy body. The middle-aged man roared angrily, the dragon horns on his dragon head emitting a resplendent light, bursting forth with two beams of divine light, slashing towards Lu Ming like heavenly blades. At the same time, his dragon claws continuously grabbed out, converging into a golden dragon claw, grabbing towards Lu Ming. Several attacks burst out at the same time. The middle-aged man had already used all his strength. However, when his attack collided with Lu Ming's long spear, his expression changed. His attacks collapsed continuously. Lu Ming's long spear destroyed his attacks like breaking rotten wood and whipped towards him. The middle-aged man's dragon body shrank rapidly, and he frantically retreated, but he could not avoid Lu Ming's attack at all. Lu Ming's long spear struck his waist. The middle-aged man screamed as his body was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away, smashing into a barren mountain, smoke and dust filling the air. Hiss, Aolwan and the two old men gasped. This time, the middle-aged man could be said to have used all his strength, but he was still sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. It was a complete suppression. Where did this young man come from? His strength was too shocking. After a long while, they finally reacted. It's just a spar. You're too heavy-handed. One of the old men said coldly. He's not dead. Lu Ming curled his lips, not taking it seriously. The old man's face was somewhat gloomy. Enough. At this moment, a voice sounded. It was the voice of the ancestral dragon, coming from the palace. Following that, a figure appeared in the air. This figure was not a physical body, but a projection of the ancestral dragon. Greetings, ancestor. Aolwan and the two old men's expressions changed as they stood up and bowed. Lu Ming is someone I have my eyes on. Do you have any objections to my decision? The ancestral dragon glanced at Aolwan and the two old men. The expressions of the three changed drastically as they hurriedly lowered their heads and said, "We dare not. We dare not." Then are you doubting my judgment? The ancestral dragon said again. No, ancestor, definitely not. Ancestor's judgment is like a torch. The two old men hurriedly said. Aolwan did not dare to say anything. If Lu Ming was really a trash for the sake of the Dragon Marrow Pool, he would have to fight for it no matter what. But now, the strength that Lu Ming displayed was seriously too shocking. Not to mention, even a heavenly emperor was insta-killed by Lu Ming. It was too terrifying. Let me tell you guys, Lu Ming has cultivated for less than 200 years until now. The ancestral dragon said again. What? Less than 200 years? With this, Aolwan and the two old men were almost frightened to death. They would never doubt that the ancestral dragon would use this to lie to them. Heavens cultivating for less than 200 years and could crush a heavenly emperor. What kind of monster was this? There is actually such a person in the world? No wonder the ancestral dragon chose Lu Ming and let him enter the Dragon Marrow Pool. Now, Aolwan was docile, not daring to let out fart. Chapter 2450. Lu Ming? Lu Ming? Could he be the Lu Ming who was hailed as the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in the Heaven world and Yuan world, the one who became an emperor with many laws? One of the old men whispered. Suddenly, his expression changed as he recalled something. That's right. Ancestral Gragon nodded. It's him, it's actually him. Aol Wan and the two old men were shocked. If you have no objections, you may leave. Ancestral Gragon waved his hand. Yes. The two old men and Aol Wan bowed and retreated, flying tens of thousands of miles away. They helped the middle-aged man up and left quickly. Lu Ming, come with me. Ancestral Gragon smiled faintly, then turned and flew to the right. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He guessed that Ancestral Gragon already knew about the previous situation, but deliberately did not show up. He wanted to let Lu Ming take action, let Lu Ming show his strength, so that Aol Wan and the others would not be convinced. Following Ancestral Gragon, they circled around and came to a valley. The entrance of the valley was covered by a layer of light. Obviously, there was a grand formation sealing this place. Ancestral Gragon waved his hand and the grand formation opened. Lu Ming walked in. There was a vortex in the valley. Lu Ming, go in. Behind the vortex is the dragon marrow pool. There is the essence of the dragon marrow that is naturally born between heaven and earth. It only opens once every 10,000 years. If you absorb the essence of the dragon marrow pool, it will be enough to bring your physical body one step closer to the heavenly emperor realm. Ancestral Gragon said, it can let my physical body break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Lu Ming was shocked. This was incredible. His 7 divine mystic art was now at the late stage of the 5th level. If he wanted to cultivate to the 6th level, he would need top-notch treasures. Even if Lu Ming was extremely talented, it would be difficult for him to break through without thousands of years of cultivation. Now, he could rely on the dragon marrow pool to break through. It could be seen how valuable the dragon marrow pool was. No wonder Aol Wan wanted to find trouble with Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming solemnly bowed to the ancestral dragon. You don't have to thank me. The situation is urgent. Although Saint Ancestor Xianxia is still alive, Imoku will find a way to help him recover. Also, that place is about to open. You're the only variable now. You must improve your strength as soon as possible. Ancestral Dragon said, his eyes filled with worry. That place is about to open? The only variable? Lu Ming was puzzled. What does this mean? Also, what did the foreign race's divine ancestor mean by splitting open the sky? Lu Ming realized that as his cultivation increased, he knew more and more, but there were also more and more things that he didn't know. There seemed to be many secrets in this world that he did not understand. However, Ancestral Gragon was clearly unwilling to say more. He said, go in. Yes. Lu Ming nodded, then stepped forward and entered the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a strange place. This was an underground cave. It was very wide. The moment Lu Ming entered, he heard waves of dragon roars. Lu Ming looked around the underground cave and saw an extremely strange scene. The walls of the cave were covered with dragon-shaped markings. These markings did not look like they had been artificially carved. Instead, they looked more like they were naturally formed. They were vivid and lifelike. Also, there were some spiritual herbs and sacred herbs growing around the cave. They were all in the shape of dragons, like small true dragons that crawled everywhere. In the middle of the cave, there was a small pool with some golden liquid inside. Waves of dragon roars were coming from the pool. Lu Ming took a look and discovered that there were 9 golden true dragons swimming in the pool. No, they were not true dragons. They were condensed from energy, and the essence that permeated the air was extremely rich. Amazing, really amazing. The dragon marrow pool is formed naturally. Nature is really amazing. Lu Ming sighed. Then, he took off his clothes and entered the dragon marrow pool. He sat cross-legged. The water of the dragon marrow pool was just above Lu Ming's head. As soon as Lu Ming entered the dragon marrow pool, the pool water turned into small true dragons and desperately drilled into Lu Ming's body. Immediately, Lu Ming began to circulate the seven gods' mysterious art and began to absorb the energy in the dragon marrow pool to refine his body. The energy in the dragon marrow pool was absorbed by Lu Ming and seeped into Lu Ming's every cell. Lu Ming's body was rapidly improving. It was at least a few hundred times faster than usual. Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly, forgetting everything. He forgot about time. He cast everything aside and focused on cultivation. Time flew by. Day by day, month by month passed. The water in the dragon marrow pool was also slowly decreasing. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from Lu Ming's body. Following that, a series of bone-trembling sounds came from his body. The trembling sounds became stronger and stronger. The aura on Lu Ming's body also became stronger and stronger. Bang! In the end, it formed a large explosion. A horrifying aura pervaded inside the cave. Heavenly Emperor. This was the pressure of a Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming finally broke through, breaking through to the 6th level of the seven gods' mysterious art. Lu Ming's physical strength completely reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Now, Lu Ming could suppress ordinary 1-star Heavenly Emperors just by relying on the power of the physical body. Adding in the power of the Tao of Sovereign, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed again. Following that, Lu Ming continued to cultivate for 2 months, consolidating his cultivation a little before ending cultivation. Huff! Lu Ming let out a long breath. His lungs puffed, and a dragon roar emitted from his throat. Dragons and I are really fated. Lu Ming smiled, then got up, sensing the situation within his body. His entire body was filled with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Furthermore, blood energy surged like a great river, surging to the extreme. Heavenly Emperor realm. Cultivating for more than 100 years, Lu Ming finally stepped into the Heavenly Emperor realm. However, it was the Tao of body cultivation that took the lead. Don't know how long has passed. Lu Ming muttered, then left this place. When he walked out of the vortex, light and shadow flashed in the air. Ancestral Dragon's projection appeared. Looks like you broke through, Ancestral Dragon said with a slight smile. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then asked, Senior, I wonder how long I've been cultivating. 3 years, Ancestral Dragon said. 3 years, is it? Lu Ming muttered. Do you want to leave very much? Go on. If there's anything, I'll find you. Ancestral Dragon said. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. He was indeed anxious to return home. He wanted to go back and see how the situation was now. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Ancestral Dragon and left this place. Then, Lu Ming went to Xianfeng and Xianxia. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Ming came to an ancient city nearby, took the teleportation formation, and left the lair of Zulong. After leaving the lair of Zulong, Lu Ming appeared in the north of Taiching Sky Domain. Then, Lu Ming took another teleportation formation and headed to Two World City. Chapter 2451. Upon returning to Two World City, Lu Ming immediately went to Hung Yu Celestial Emperor. Lu Ming, Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Ming. More than 100 years ago, Lu Ming was captured by the foreign races. Many people thought that Lu Ming was most likely dead. He never thought that Lu Ming would suddenly appear in Two World City after more than 100 years. Lu Ming, how did you come back? Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu was so excited that his voice was trembling. Lu Ming was quite touched. He briefly recounted what had happened over the past few years. Saint Ancestor Xianxia, foreign races Saint Ancestor, Ancestral Dragon. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu was incomparably shocked, as if he was digesting this information. In the heaven world, there were many heavenly emperors who did not know of the Ancestral Dragon's existence. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu was one of them. Now that he knew so many secrets, he naturally needed to digest them. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming had experienced so much in the evil god world. It could be said to be magnificent. Lu Ming, you broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu sized up Lu Ming and felt that the vitality in Lu Ming's body was shocking. He could not help but widen his eyes. My physical body broke through. Fortunately, I received Senior Ancestral Dragon's help. Otherwise, it would take at least 1,000 years. Lu Ming said. Good. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said a few words. Senior, what's the situation now? Lu Ming asked. 3 years ago, a large number of experts suddenly appeared in our heaven world. They came to Two World City and another battlefield to participate in the war. They claimed to be from the hell-suppressing world. It seems like they came from the evil god world with you. With the addition of the experts from the hell-suppressing world, our heaven world's combat power increased greatly. In these few years, for some reason, the foreign races have holed up and did not take the initiative to fight. They became defensive. In these few years, we have been sending people out of the city to kill the foreign races camp on the other side of the battlefield. There's still a large army attacking over there. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu explained. The foreign races became defensive? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Logically speaking, even with the addition of the prison suppression realm, the overall strength of the heaven realm was still inferior to the foreign races. The outsiders wouldn't go so far as to hide and defend. Could it be that the foreign races are conserving their strength and waiting for Saint Ancestor Xianxia to recover before launching an all-out attack? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he thought of this possibility. His expression turned serious. This was the most likely possibility. Lu Ming, some of your friends are also following the army to attack the outsiders. They want to capture an important member of the outsiders and get information about you. Celestial Emperor Hung Yu said. My friend, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was very likely to be Dandan, Bubbles, and the others. Senior, I'll go take a look, Lu Ming said. Yes, be careful. Come with me. After he finished speaking, he flew towards the city wall. Is that Lu Ming? Nest, who did I see? Lu Ming? Wasn't Lu Ming captured by the foreign races? Why is he here? Could it be that everything is just a rumor? Along the way, those who saw Lu Ming were stunned and tongue-tied. More than 100 years ago, Lu Ming was captured by the foreign races and caused a huge commotion in the grand pure heaven domain. Lu Ming's talent was too high and many people had high hopes for him. Who would have thought that he would be captured by the foreign races? That was a huge loss. Many people thought that Lu Ming had been captured by the foreign races for more than 100 years. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would appear in Two World City? Arriving at the city wall, Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu ordered someone to open the array, and Lu Ming flew out. After flying out of Two World City, Lu Ming immediately burst out and flew towards the opposite side of the battlefield. His speed was so fast that the void kept exploding. So fast, those who saw Lu Ming's speed were dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming disappeared from everyone's sight. With Lu Ming's current speed, it was too fast. Not long after, an endless army camp appeared in front of him. At this time, there was a great battle going on. On the heavenly world side, they took the initiative to attack the foreign races camp. Both sides fought very fiercely. At this time, one of the foreign races camps was attacked by the heavenly world's army. The commander of this heavenly world's army was Dandan. Dandan's cultivation back then had reached the peak Great Emperor realm. After more than 100 years of cultivation, Dandan had successfully broken through and reached the heavenly emperor realm. Following Dandan were Bubble, Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others. After more than 100 years, everyone's cultivation had improved greatly. Most of them had stepped into the true emperor realm. In addition, there were other experts from the heavenly world. Kill! Dandan roared and turned into a giant tortoise to fight a heavenly emperor of the foreign races. The two of them fought very fiercely. However, it was obvious that Dandan was stronger. The other party was completely suppressed by Dandan. There's a foreign race prince in this camp. We must capture him and ask for Lu Ming's whereabouts. We can even exchange him for Lu Ming. Dandan transmitted to everyone. When Lu Ming was captured, the other party had shouted that they could not harm Lu Ming's life. Therefore, they still had hope that he was still alive. Bubble and the others launched a fierce attack. Bubbles' cultivation had also stepped into the Great Emperor realm and had reached the 3-star Great Emperor realm. Now, Bubble had mastered the Grand Tao and was even more proficient in the use of time and space. Her figure flickered, and a large number of outsiders were imprisoned. Some of the weaker ones had their time reversed, and their cultivation base regressed to a time when they were even weaker. Then, they were easily killed. Even if they were great emperors, as long as their cultivation did not exceed Bubbles by too much, they would not be spared. In the depths of the camp, there was a purple-haired foreign race who was watching coldly. This person was actually someone that Lu Ming was familiar with, the foreign race, Prince Mo Tianluo. Lu Ming's friend? Let's see how you will die. Mo Tianluo sneered and transmitted a message to the Heavenly Emperor who was fighting with Dandan. That Heavenly Emperor exchanged a few moves with Dandan before retreating. Retreat. Protect the prince. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor roared and retreated frantically. Want to leave? Stay. Dandan chased, but the other party's speed was fast too. He retreated to Mo Tianluo's side and brought Mo Tianluo to retreat. Dandan and the others chased and killed a large number of foreign races along the way. Stop! Suddenly, Dandan shouted for them to stop. Why aren't we continuing to chase? Someone was puzzled. It's better to be careful. The other party seems to be luring us here. If there's a trap, it will be troublesome. Let's retreat first. After all, Dandan had lived for a long time and was meticulous. The others nodded. Immediately, they did not continue to chase, but retreated. In front, Mo Tianluo also stopped, and his eyes were cold. Not chasing? Pretty meticulous. But do you think this will be useful? Kill! Mo Tianluo roared. Swish! Swish! Following Mo Tianluo's roar, the ground suddenly exploded and figures flew out. All of them were foreign races. Among them, 2 of them had shockingly strong auras and were actually Heavenly Emperor experts. Chapter 2452. Let's go. Dandan's expression changed as he roared. Everyone quickly flew towards the back. Want to leave? Don't even think about leaving today. Mo Tianluo's expression was extremely malevolent. When he knew that these people were Lu Ming's friends, he had already planned to capture all of Lu Ming's friends in one fell swoop. In the evil god world, Lu Ming had made him lose face. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Chase after them and kill them. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Mo Tianluo roared. Kill! Those foreign races chased after Dandan and the rest in a frenzy. Their speed was shocking, especially the 3 Heavenly Emperors. They quickly closed the distance between them and Dandan and the rest. Although Dandan was a Heavenly Emperor, the rest weren't. Naturally, their speed couldn't be compared to the foreign race's Heavenly Emperors. Space-time, Bubbles transformed into his original form, and his body became bigger. His body emitted a layer of strange light that enveloped everyone. Everyone felt their speed increase exponentially. At the same time, Dandan appeared behind the army and waved his hands. Countless runes spread out and entered the space. Huge tortoise shells appeared in the air and blocked in front of the foreign races. Break! The 3 foreign race Heavenly Emperors were the first to catch up and unleashed a terrifying attack. Although Dandan was strong, his cultivation was still at the 1-star Heavenly Emperor level. On the other hand, there were 3 of them, and one of them had reached the 2-star Heavenly Emperor level. Those who could cultivate to the Heavenly Emperor realm, which one was not a peerless prodigy. Wanting to jump ranks to battle was extremely difficult. Relying on Dandan's talent, she could at most suppress opponents of the same level. Wanting to jump ranks to battle was still impossible. He was fighting 1 against 3 and naturally wasn't a match for them. The tortoise shells that he condensed were constantly shattered. Dandan fought as he retreated. He continued to condense tortoise shells to buy time for Bubbles and the rest. Everyone was like a stream of light cutting across the sky. Soon, they flew out for tens of thousands of miles. They came to another army camp. Here, the Heaven Realm army was also attacking the foreign races. Bubbles and the rest were overjoyed. Everyone, come and help us! Ouyang Wushuang roared. Among this Heaven Realm army, there were also Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses. Seeing this scene, they were just about to come over and help. However, one powerful expert after another suddenly flew out of the outsider camp. You want to rescue them? Dream on. Hold them back. Those pagan warriors didn't care about their lives, entangling the Heaven Realm's army. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, and it was hard for them to spare any time to help. Ha ha ha. You want others to save you? Stop dreaming. The strength of my evil god tribe is stronger than yours. Do you understand? Defend yourself during this period of time. Don't think that we are afraid of you. Emotion Luo laughed loudly. And at this time, those 3 foreign race heavenly emperors had already broken through Dandan's attacks consecutively and were nearing Dandan. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Kill. Dandan was enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a small pagoda. This small pagoda emitted a vast amount of pressure. Heavenly Tao soldiers. Back on the Void Sacred Island, Dandan had been given 4 Heavenly Tao soldiers. However, with Dandan's current cultivation, he could only control 1 Heavenly Tao soldier at most. It's a Heavenly Tao soldier. Scatter. The 3 foreign race Heavenly Emperors' expressions changed, and they scattered. Bang! The Heavenly Tao soldier shook and rumbled forward. That 2-star Heavenly Emperor rushed over, brandishing a battle axe and colliding heavily with the Heavenly Tao soldier. With a violent tremor, the 2-star Heavenly Emperor was forced back repeatedly. As for the small pagoda, it was also sent flying back. Dandan was a 1-star Heavenly Emperor. When he controlled the Heavenly Tao soldier, he could jump realms to fight against 2-star Heavenly Emperors. Shua! Shua! At this time, the other 2 foreign race Heavenly Emperors rushed towards Bubble and the others. Dandan's expression changed. Bubble and the others didn't have any Heavenly Emperors. They weren't a match for the Heavenly Emperors. If the Heavenly Emperors rushed over, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dandan clenched his teeth and controlled the Heavenly Tao soldier to attack those 2 Heavenly Emperors. Your opponent is me? That 2-star Heavenly Emperor sneered and rushed over again, brandishing his battle axe, attacking Dandan. Dandan was helpless and could only control the Heavenly Tao soldier to attack the other party. With Dandan's cultivation, even if he controlled the Heavenly Tao soldier, he could at most resist a 2-star Heavenly Emperor. He really couldn't stop the other 2 1-star Heavenly Emperors. Not good. You guys quickly run, scatter, and run. Dandan roared. Now, if one could escape, it was one escape. Want to leave? None of you can leave. A foreign race Heavenly Emperor sneered. His speed was very fast. In an instant, he caught up to Bubble and the others and slapped out a palm. Block it! In the army, an old man roared. He had the cultivation of a peak great emperor. He erupted with full strength and attacked that foreign race Heavenly Emperor. In addition, there were more than a dozen experts who also attacked, attacking the Heavenly Emperor together. These dozen experts were all high-level great emperors. They were the elites of this army. Bang! Both sides' attacks collided. However, a Heavenly Emperor was a Heavenly Emperor after all. Even if more than a dozen high-level great emperors joined forces, they were still far from being a match for a Heavenly Emperor. On the side of the Heavenly Realm, more than a dozen high-level great emperors' bodies shook violently. They vomited blood and were thrown back, especially a few of the weaker ones. Their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. At this time, another foreign race Heavenly Emperor had already approached Bubble, Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others. Fight! Fight out with him! Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chun, and the others' eyes turned red. Even if they died, they had to fight to the death. Whoosh! At this time, a purplish gold light flew over from afar. Fast, too fast. In the blink of an eye, the purplish gold light flew over. This was a purplish gold long spear. It was incomparably sharp and pierced towards that foreign race Heavenly Emperor. That foreign race Heavenly Emperor's face changed as he sensed danger. He roared and attacked with all his might, bombarding the purplish gold long spear. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The purplish gold long spear exploded. That foreign race heavenly emperor's body shook violently as he retreated a few hundred miles. One of his palms was trembling nonstop, and blood flowed out from it. "We're saved." Bubble, Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chun, and Huang Ling were overjoyed. It seemed like a senior from the heavenly realm had arrived. "Who is it?" the foreign race heavenly emperor roared. "The person who will kill you." A cold voice was heard. Following that, a purplish gold light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared from the void. "Lu Ming? Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming." When they saw the figure, Huang Ling, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were stunned at first. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and then they were overjoyed. It was actually Lu Ming. They actually saw Lu Ming here. Wasn't Lu Ming captured and sent to the evil god world? Why would he appear here? They wanted to capture an important person from the other party to inquire about Lu Ming. All of this was too unexpected. Then, did Lu Ming save them just now? Thinking of this, they were even more shocked. That spear light just now had forced a heavenly emperor to retreat and injure him. "Big brother Lu Ming," Bubble cried out in surprise. "Ha ha, Lu Ming, you brat, I knew you were fine. Ha ha ha." Chapter 2453. Lu Ming glanced at everyone and found that everyone was fine. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Lu Ming, it's you." Not far away, Mo Tianluo's eyes were incomparably cold, filled with malevolent killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. After the battle of the Hell Suppressing Realm, the entire Hell Suppressing Realm disappeared. Mo Tianluo naturally knew that the people of Hell Suppressing Realm had come to the Heaven Realm. "Mo Tianluo, what a coincidence. I'll send you on your way today," Lu Ming said coldly. "Ha, what big words. Kill him for me." Mo Tianluo shouted and ordered his subordinates to kill Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's combat power was strong and could even suppress the first prince, there were a few heavenly emperors here. Today, he wanted Lu Ming to die here. "Kill! Kill!" The two one-star heavenly emperors shouted and charged towards Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, be careful!" Huang Ling and the rest couldn't help but exclaim. But Lu Ming's eyes were calm as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body emitted purplish gold light, condensing into a purplish gold long spear. Buzz! His muscles vibrated as his body rushed towards one of the one-star heavenly emperors. His speed was extremely fast. Now that Lu Ming's physical body had broken through to the heavenly emperor realm, his muscles could vibrate billions of times in an instant. Wherever he passed, the void seemed to have turned into a black hole, shattering everything. Boom! The long spear swept out, sweeping towards that one-star heavenly emperor. This is when Lu Ming swept out with his spear. That foreign race heavenly emperor had an extremely terrifying feeling, as if he was going to be crushed by this spear. He roared hysterically and tried his best to erupt, wanting to block it. But it was all in vain. Bang! The foreign race heavenly emperor's body was like a sandbag being smashed apart, exploding into tiny pieces and flying everywhere. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but widen. Not only were Dandin, Bubbles, Huang Ling, and the others shocked, but there was also a Heaven Realm army in the distance that was fighting with the foreign races. At this moment, they were also shocked to the extreme. That was a heavenly emperor. He was directly insta-killed by Lu Ming, exploding in the air. This kind of impact was seriously too strong. Mo Tianluo was even more dumbfounded. A few years ago, in the Fiend God world, Lu Ming had challenged the 10,000 years list. Although he was strong, he was only slightly stronger than the first prince. Although he was invincible among great emperors, there was still a gap between him and the heavenly emperor. But how long had it been? Lu Ming was already able to blow up a heavenly emperor with a single shot. This kind of combat strength was too terrifying. The increase was also too fast, causing him to be alarmed. At this point, the other outsider celestial emperor was nearly scared to death. When he came to his senses, he began to back away frantically. "It's too late to leave now," Lu Ming said coldly. His muscles trembled as he shot forward. Within a few breaths of time, he had caught up to the outsider. "Save me!" The outsider, Celestial Emperor, roared as he charged towards the two-star Heavenly Emperor. He wanted the two-star Heavenly Emperor to save him. However, Dandan was controlling the Heavenly Tao weapon with all his might, constantly attacking the other party, making it difficult for the other party to have a chance to help. And Lu Ming had already arrived. His spears swept out, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The outsider, Celestial Emperor, was unable to dodge. He let out a roar of despair and fought back with all his might. But his cultivation was only a one-star Heavenly Emperor. How could he block Lu Ming's attack? The spears swept out, and he followed in the footsteps of the previous outsider, exploding in the air. Lu Ming flashed past and kept the other party's storage bracelet. "Run, run, run!" When Lu Ming charged towards the outsider, Luo had already fled frantically. The other outsider armies followed him and fled frantically. "All of you, stop him for me. Stop him for this prince. Do you hear me?" Luo ordered his subordinates. But no one listened to him. What a joke. Stopping to stop Lu Ming was a dead end. Who would be so foolish? And at this moment, Lu Ming was chasing after Luo. Luo was so frightened that he almost cried. He roared frantically, "Stop him! Stop him! How dare you defy this prince's orders? I will kill your entire clan. I will exterminate your 9 generations." But the other outsider races were running faster than him. "Seems like no one is helping you." A cold voice sounded behind Luo. Luo was so frightened that he jumped up. "Lu Ming, spare my life." Luo screamed. He was so frightened that he was out of his wits and didn't dare to resist. "You try to kill me time and time again. You try to kill my friends. Do you think it's possible for me to spare you?" Lu Ming sneered. His spear shook, and a terrifying force crushed towards Luo. Luo screamed miserably as his body turned into dust, and he died. Boom! At this moment, that 2-star Heavenly Emperor went all out. He clashed with Dandan crazily and seized the opportunity to escape frantically. "Don't think of leaving!" Dandan roared. He controlled the Heavenly Tao weapon and chased after the Heavenly Tao weapon. On the Heavenly Tao weapon, rays of powerful light burst out and blasted towards the outsider. Lu Ming also pushed his speed to the limit and chased after the outsider. "Kill! Kill all the outsider races!" At this moment, Bubbles, Ouyang Wushuang, and the rest led the army and chased after the outsider races that were escaping. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In addition, that 2-star Heavenly Emperor was being chased tightly by Dandan. It was hard for him to fully display his speed. Soon, Lu Ming closed in on him. Swish! Lu Ming threw out the long spear that was condensed from the Sovereign Tao towards that 2-star Heavenly Emperor. His speed was extremely fast. The 2-star Heavenly Emperor's third eye burst out with a destructive light, colliding with Lu Ming's long spear. Although he blocked it, his figure could not help but stagnate. In this way, Dandan seized the opportunity to catch up. He controlled the Heavenly Tao weapon. That small pagoda turned into a huge pagoda, emitting a vast Heavenly Tao pressure that suppressed the outsider. And in Lu Ming's hand, the Great Desolate Spear appeared. Now, Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. He could completely unleash the power of the Heavenly Tao weapon. Lu Ming's muscles trembled in his palm, transmitting it to the Great Desolate Spear. The Great Desolate Spear also vibrated violently. A Heavenly Tao pressure pervaded out. Swish! Lu Ming rushed over, the Great Desolate Spear stabbing out explosively. The 2-star Heavenly Emperor blocked Dandan's attack. Wielding a huge axe, he chopped at Lu Ming. Dang! A deafening rumble. The 2-star Heavenly Emperor's body shook violently. He retreated frantically, spitting out a mouthful of blood. One move, and he was injured. Furthermore, cracks appeared on the battle axe in his hand. A 2-star Heavenly Emperor's combat power was indeed much stronger than a 1-star Heavenly Emperor. However, he did not have a Heavenly Tao weapon, and the current Lu Ming, just relying on his physical body and controlling the Great Desolate Spear, was enough to battle a 2-star Heavenly Emperor. Coupled with the Sovereign Dao, Lu Ming's combat power was completely above a 2-star Heavenly Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming roared and charged over once more. At the same time, Dandan also controlled the Heavenly Dao weapon and charged over. Being besieged by Lu Ming and Dandan, the other party was even less of a match. Even if he did his best, it was also useless. Chapter 2454. A 2-star Heavenly Emperor was killed, and the 3 Heavenly Emperors had completely fallen. As for Bubble and the rest, they led the army to chase after the foreign races for a while and killed a large number of them. The remaining foreign races escaped. Lu Ming, amazing. I didn't expect to be surpassed by you again. Dandan looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. Hee, isn't it normal to be surpassed by me? Who am I? The invincible genius of all time. In front of Dandan, Lu Ming's skin was even thicker than his. Sure enough, Dandan became even more unhappy, revealing a look of being dealt a blow. Let's go. Let's continue killing the enemy. Lu Ming arrived and looked at the foreign race camp in the distance. Their Heavenly Realm army was fighting with the foreign race army. Kill! Dandan gritted his teeth, wanting to vent his frustration with Lu Ming on the foreign races. Seeing Lu Ming and Bubble coming over, the foreign races were shocked and hurriedly retreated into the camp, activating the array to resist. Lu Ming and Bubble arrived outside the camp. Greetings, Heavenly Emperors. In the Heavenly Realm army, many people were respectful in their hearts. In this Heavenly Realm army, there were even some people who were more familiar with Lu Ming. For example, 2 of the Heavenly Realm's 9 absolutes were among them. But at this moment, they looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of reverence. It was obvious that Lu Ming had already stepped into the Heavenly Emperor realm. From now on, he was high and mighty. If they wanted to become a Heavenly Emperor, they didn't know how many years it would take and how many things they had to experience before they could do it. Their former opponent had already become a Heavenly Emperor, surpassing them by too much. They felt very complicated. Everyone, there's no need to be polite. Lu Ming waved his hand casually. After saying that, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the foreign race camp. He discovered that other than activating the array, most of the foreign races had actually retreated to the rear. Big Brother Lu Ming. At this moment, Bubble and the rest also flew over. Bubble directly rushed into Lu Ming's arms. Bubbles, you've grown up. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' head. After more than 100 years, Bubbles had finally grown up a little. She looked like a 7 or 8-year-old little girl and was even more adorable. Of course, Bubbles pouted, her little face blushing. Let's leave this place and return to Two World City, Lu Ming said. He believed that what happened here would soon spread to the other races. At that time, even more powerful races would definitely come. With Lu Ming's current strength, coupled with the Great Desolate Spear, even if he met a 3-star Heavenly Emperor, Lu Ming was confident that he could at least protect himself. However, it would be difficult to protect others. If a 4-star Heavenly Emperor level peerless powerhouse came, it would be hard for him to even protect himself. All right, let's go back. Dandan nodded. The other army was also planning to return to Two World City. Everyone flew towards Two World City together. There were no accidents on the way. Not long after, they safely returned to Two World City. Good friends had not seen each other for many years and naturally had many topics to talk about. Dandan, Bubbles, Huangling, and the rest were very curious about Lu Ming's experiences over the years. They pulled Lu Ming along to drink and chat. Lu Ming also briefly recounted his experiences over the past few years. Everyone who listened was shaken to their core. During this period, Lu Ming learned that Long Chun had also returned to the Divine Wilderness and married Xianxia. Lu Ming was happy for him. Some of the grudges between him and the Xie family were also put aside as time passed. It was not until the next day that the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming came to a side courtyard and stayed there. He planned to return to the primordial realm in 2 days to visit his parents. However, just a day later, Dandan, Bubbles, Long Chun, and the rest came to Lu Ming's side courtyard. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, look who we brought. Dandan laughed. Who is it? Lu Ming smiled and looked around. Then, he saw a young man in the crowd. He seemed to be in his 20s. He had an imposing appearance and was extraordinarily handsome. He resembled Lu Ming quite a bit. Shen Wang. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although more than 100 years had passed, Lu Ming immediately recognized that the young man was Lu Shanhuang through his aura. Father, Lu Shanhuang called out, his eyes full of surprise. Then, Lu Shanhuang walked over while holding the hand of a young woman. This woman was very beautiful and was not inferior to Huang Ling, Autumn Moon, and the rest. The woman was holding a little girl who was about 2 or 3 years old. She had 2 braids and was very cute. Father, the young lady blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously, calling out softly. She called Grandpa. Lu Shanhuang looked at the little girl. Grandpa, Grandpa, the little girl called out in a childish voice. What? Lu Ming was tongue-tied and stunned. It was obvious that this young woman was Lu Shanhuang's wife and the little girl was his daughter. He took a detour from the evil god realm, but he didn't expect that Lu Shanhuang had already married and had a daughter. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, are you stupid? Dandan laughed. Get lost. Lu Ming scolded Dandan and then looked at Lu Shanhuang and the others with a smile. Good, good, good. Lu Ming said a few good words and his heart was filled with warmth. These were all his family. Shanhuang, were their names? Lu Ming asked. Father, she's called Mu Wanxian and this little guy is called Lu Qi. Lu Shanhuang introduced. Good, Lu Qi, come, let Grandpa hug you. Lu Ming reached out to Lu Qi. The little girl was not shy at all. She climbed onto Lu Ming and rolled around in Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming carefully used his power of the world to support Lu Qi, afraid that she would fall. She can start cultivating in 2 years. Lu Ming smiled and instructed Lu Shanhuang. I've been building her foundation with spiritual herbs. She can start cultivating in 2 years. Lu Shanhuang nodded. Have you met your grandparents? Lu Ming asked again. Lu Shanhuang paused for a moment and then shook his head. No, tomorrow. Come with me to meet them. Lu Ming said. Okay. Lu Ming and Shanhuang nodded. Everyone chatted and laughed. After a while, Dandan and the others left. Only Lu Ming, Lu Shanhuang, Mu Wanxian, and Lu Qi were left in the courtyard. The little girl had been nestled in Lu Ming's arms, unwilling to come out. Little guy. Lu Ming smiled, and then his body emitted a purple gold light that enveloped Lu Qi. This was the power of the ruler. The power of the ruler was supreme. Lu Ming wanted to use the power of the ruler to build Lu Qi's foundation and improve her body. The power of the ruler was so mysterious that it could adjust Lu Qi's body to the best state. Lu Shanhuang and Mu Wanxian naturally knew what Lu Ming wanted to do. They stood quietly on the side and did not speak. After a full day, Lu Ming was finally done. Chapter 2455. Shenhuang, how is your mother now? Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and asked. That was what Lu Ming was most concerned about. Mother is still the same as before. Lu Shenhuang said, when we return from the primordial realm, we'll go and find your mother. Lu Ming said, it was time to settle the matter of Xianxia. Otherwise, Lu Ming would never be at ease. Let's go. Lu Ming stood up, followed by Lu Shanhuang and the others, and headed towards the passage back to the primordial realm. Lu Ming had returned to the primordial realm several times, so he was already familiar with the way. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others returned to the primordial mountain of the primordial realm through the void passage. The primordial realm was still peaceful. Back then, the foreign races used the bones of the previous generation of space-time spirit mice to open a passage to the primordial realm. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the others discovered it. In that battle, Lu Ming was captured, but the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives demonic silkworm arrived and rescued Dandan, Bubbles, and 2-1 and Lei E. Then, they sent the news to the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm sent a large number of experts to guard the passage. The foreign races seemed to know that they could not do anything. In these years, they did not continue to open the passage, nor did they invade from there. Therefore, the primordial realm was still peaceful. Lu Ming led the others and flew towards Celestial City. Back then, the people of Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance occupied the territories of the Hung and He families respectively. Later, the Chaos Palace sent some puppet experts to guard the two families, making the two families impregnable. In these years, they had developed steadily and many experts had emerged. The strength of Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance was steadily increasing. In a huge courtyard, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were chatting. Although more than 100 years had passed, the two of them had not aged. Instead, they were getting younger and younger. Lu Ming had left behind a large number of resources. Although Li Ping's cultivation talent was poor, with a large number of resources and the guidance of some great emperors, her cultivation had still reached the martial emperor realm. Martial emperors could live for 10 to 20,000 years. Naturally, she looked very young. Sai Ming hasn't returned for over 100 years. I wonder how he is now. Li Ping sighed softly, her eyes filled with longing. Madam, young master is currently in seclusion. I believe that once he comes out, he will come back to see you. At the side, Xiaoyu said. Back then, they hadn't told Li Ping and Lu Yuntian that Lu Ming had been captured by the outsiders. They had only told them that Lu Ming was in seclusion. All these years, Autumn had been by Li Ping and Autumn's side. That's right, you're really a woman. You're already a martial emperor, but you don't have any experience. With Ming Er's current cultivation, it's normal for him to go into seclusion for 100 years. Lu Yuntian said to Li Ping. You're the only one with a big heart. Li Ping rolled her eyes at him. At this moment, the autumn moon seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the sky. The empty sky suddenly trembled, and a spatial crack appeared. From it, several figures walked out. It was Lu Ming and the others. The autumn moon was stunned. Then, her delicate body trembled and tears flowed down her cheeks. She whispered, young master's back. It's young master. The autumn moon knew that Lu Ming had been captured by the outsiders. Naturally, she was extremely worried. Now that she saw Lu Ming, it would be strange if she wasn't excited. Hearing the autumn moon's words, Li Ping and Lu Yuntian also looked up at the sky. Minger, the two of them were overjoyed. Let's go down. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. He then stepped down and landed in the courtyard. Lu Shenhuang and the others followed him. Father, mother. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. Minger, you're finally out. Li Ping was also very excited. As she spoke, she looked at Lu Shenhuang and the others and couldn't help but be stunned. This was because Lu Shenhuang and Lu Ming were too similar. Minger, they are. Lu Yuntian was also stunned. Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times and introduced, Father, mother, this is my son, Lu Shenhuang. That is Shenhuang's wife, Mu Wanxian. And this is Shenhuang's daughter, my granddaughter, Lu Qi. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian were stunned. But in an instant, their faces were full of smiles. They didn't expect that after 100 years, they would have a grandson. Not only that, their grandson had a wife and a daughter. The two of them were naturally excited to have so many descendants. Grandpa, Grandma. Lu Shenhuang and Mu Wanxian came forward and bowed to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. Great-grandpa, great-grandma. The little girl also called out in a cute voice. Good. No need to be so polite. The two of them couldn't stop smiling. As a family, blood was thicker than water. Naturally, they got to know each other very quickly. Not long after, Li Ping hugged Lu Qi and chatted with Mu Wanxian happily. Good, you're just like Ming, Huh. Lu Yuntian patted Lu Shenhuang's shoulder and laughed. The whole family was happy and harmonious. Xiao Moon stood at the side, her eyes full of envy. She hoped that she could give birth to a child for Lu Ming. Minger, Shenhuang's mother, is, after a while, Li Ping asked Lu Ming. She's Nianxing, Lu Ming said. Then where is she? Li Ping asked with concern. She has something to do now. Mother, don't worry. I will bring her to see you soon. Lu Ming said. While everyone was chatting, Lu Yuntian ordered a banquet to be prepared. The news of Lu Ming's return also spread, causing the people of the Dragon League and Dragon God Valley to cheer. Lu Ming was their backbone. Without Lu Ming, they felt uneasy. There was even a rumor that Lu Ming had fallen. There was always an uneasy atmosphere in the Dragon League and Dragon God Valley. Now that Lu Ming had appeared, everyone was naturally happy. At night, the moonlight scattered and the ground seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Outside the celestial city, on a mountain peak, Chiu Moon stood there quietly, looking into the distance. Sigh. After a long time, Chiu Moon sighed softly. Chiu Moon, why are you sighing? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Chiu Moon was shocked. She turned around and saw Lu Ming looking at her with a smile. Young master. Chiu Moon's face blushed. Lu Ming walked over and held Chiu Moon's hand. Chiu Moon, thank you, Lu Ming said. How could he not know about Chiu Moon's thoughts? Young master, why are you thanking me? Chiu Moon said. Thank you for taking care of my parents for so many years. Lu Ming said. This is what I should do. Before Chiu Moon could finish, her gentle lips were sealed by Lu Ming's lips. Chiu Yu's body trembled as she slowly closed her eyes. At the corner of her eyes, 2 drops of crystal-clear tears flowed down her white cheeks. After a long time, their lips parted. Chiu Moon, I, Lu Ming, will not let you down in this life. Chapter 2456. I won't let you down in this life. This was Lu Ming's vow to Autumn Moon. After being in the evil god realm for more than 100 years, Lu Ming had thought through many things. Some people couldn't be let down. For example, Autumn Moon. She had wholeheartedly given too much to Lu Ming. Moreover, she had never asked for anything. How could Lu Ming not know? How could Lu Ming not be moved? Thank you, young master. Autumn Moon leaned into Lu Ming's embrace and hugged Lu Ming tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go for the rest of her life. The moonlight shone down, pulling the shadows of the 2 people very long, as if they had merged into one. This time, Lu Ming stayed in Celestial City for 3 months. In these 3 months, Lu Ming didn't cultivate much. He accompanied Li Ping and Lu Yintian with Lu Shenhuang and the rest. Of course, Lu Ming also took the time to preach the Tao. Other than the people from Dragon Alliance and Dragon God Valley, people from other forces in Celestial City also flocked to listen to Lu Ming's preaching. As soon as Lu Ming started speaking, that kind of aura shook everyone. Lu Ming was like a god that ruled the world, explaining the mysteries of the world to the fullest. Celestial Emperor. Some people guessed that Lu Ming must have reached the Celestial Emperor realm. Great emperors definitely didn't have such an aura. The rumor that Lu Ming was a Celestial Emperor spread like wildfire, shaking the entire Celestial City. Then the entire Primordial Mountain was shaken. Moreover, this news spread to other places at a terrifying speed. A strong wind blew in the entire Primordial realm. Lu Ming had become a Celestial Emperor. This news shocked countless people. Lu Ming stayed in Celestial City for a few months, then returned to the Heaven Realm with Lu Shenhuang and the rest. After returning to the Heaven Realm, they rushed to Xianxia's residence without stopping. It had been more than 100 years, but Xianxia's place of residence had not changed. It was still the same place. From afar, Lu Ming could see Xianxia cultivating on a mountain peak. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of strange black energy. Peak Great Emperor. Sensing Xianxia's aura, Lu Ming was delighted. He was afraid that Xianxia's cultivation was too high. If Xianxia had also reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, then it would be more troublesome for him to restrain Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia's cultivation base was only at the Emperor realm. In that case, Lu Ming was confident. Stay here and don't come over. Lu Ming warned Lu Shenhuang and the rest. Then, he stepped forward and walked towards Xianxia. When Lu Ming was a distance away from Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with cold light. Lowly ant, it's you. Die! Xianxia shouted. His body turned into a black stream of light and pounced towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! When he approached Lu Ming, a long sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. With a slash, a pitch-black sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his sovereign Dao. His palm was suffused with purple-gold light as he struck out with his palm. Boom! Lu Ming's palm collided with Xianxia's sword light, causing a violent explosion. Xianxia's sword light dissipated. Her delicate body shook, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. However, Lu Ming's body also shook violently, and he took a few steps back. What terrifying power! Lu Ming was shocked. After clashing with Xianxia, she felt that Xianxia's power was shockingly strong. Even her sovereign Dao was about to be torn apart. Although Lu Ming's current cultivation was only that of a 1-star Great Emperor, Lu Ming could suppress and even kill a 1-star Heavenly Emperor with his sovereign Dao. Even with such combat strength, Xianxia had actually repelled him. Xianxia's combat strength was also shockingly strong. With his peak Great Emperor cultivation, he could fight across realms and even kill a Heavenly Emperor. Kill! Xianxia shouted and attacked Lu Ming again. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's palm and swept towards Xianxia. Lu Ming did not erupt with the power of his physical body. He purely relied on the power of his sovereign Dao to fight with Xianxia. Boom! Boom! The two people clashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Ming was shocked to discover that he was actually at a disadvantage. Just relying on his sovereign Dao, he was still not Xianxia's match. He could not help secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, Xianxia did not break through to Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, he really could not suppress Xianxia. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated, beginning to erupt with the power of his physical body. Combining the power of his physical body and the sovereign Dao, Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. His long spear trembled, and a terrifying power surged towards Xianxia. Xianxia frantically retreated, his face somewhat pale. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and pounced towards Xianxia. His long spear swept towards Xianxia again. Xianxia yelled. The black glow around her body was extremely intense, emitting a dazzling sword gleam. However, after the sword gleam collided with Lu Ming's long spear, it was directly defeated. Xianxia frantically retreated again. Lu Ming quickly followed. In the distance, Lu Shanhuang and the others were extremely anxious. Don't worry, Lu Ming won't hurt your mother. He's helping her. A figure suddenly appeared beside Lu Shanhuang and the others. It was Xianxia. Xianxia was dressed in white, and his aura was unfathomable. Yes, Lu Shanhuang nodded. Whoosh! Lu Ming charged at Xianxia. His long spear disappeared and turned into a large hand that grabbed at the young man. Xianxia shouted, and the black light around her body became even brighter. Then, it turned into black lotuses that enveloped Xianxia. Lu Ming's big hand grabbed the lotus flower, but was blocked by it. The defensive power of these lotuses was astonishing. So strong. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and charged over, his fists constantly bombarding the lotuses. Boom! 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 The lotuses around Xianxia's body constantly rumbled and exploded, turning into energy and disappearing. Open for me! Lu Ming shouted, and the power of the sovereign filled his body. He exerted force and broke apart the lotuses. Then, he reached out and grabbed Xianxia's slender waist. Lowly ant, you're courting death. Xianxia resisted with all her strength, and Lu Ming's arm went numb. Lu Ming used all his strength to hold Xianxia's slender waist, and his other hand grabbed Xianxia's 2 arms. Then, the power of the sovereign poured into Xianxia's body, suppressing her strength. The power of the sovereign was indeed very high, and its power was astonishing. Slowly, it suppressed Xianxia's strength. Xianxia's resistance became weaker and weaker. Ant, you're courting death, Xianxia kept shouting. Shut up and wait. See how I'll conquer you. Lu Ming shouted coldly. After all, this was not Xianxia, but Xianxia's memories from his previous life. You guys wait here, Lu Ming said to Lu Shanhuang and the others. Then, he flew away with Xianxia to a secluded place and entered the mountain river diagram. "What are you trying to do?" Xianxia shouted. "Xiaoqing and I already have a child. We're an old married couple. What do you think I'm going to do?" Lu Ming smiled eerily. Xianxia's face turned pale, and she screamed in fear, "No, no, I won't let you go, whoosh." Chapter 2457. Lu Ming was very familiar with this process. His palm moved up and down Xianxing's body. Xianxing's skin was like jade, as smooth as silk. This made Lu Ming's abdomen burn with lust. After being touched by Lu Ming's palm, Xianxing's delicate body trembled. Then, she began to struggle violently. However, she was now completely under Lu Ming's control. How could she break free? "Aunt, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you," Xianxia kept cursing. However, Lu Ming's movements became faster and faster. Xianxing's clothes were torn into pieces, fluttering like black butterflies. Then, Lu Ming's palm moved along Xianxing's flat abdomen and reached into the fragrant grass below. Xianxia trembled even more violently. Her cheeks were flushed red. In the end, she simply closed her eyes. Lu Ming's attack continued. In the end, the two bodies overlapped. With a soft groan from Xianxia, Lu Ming entered Xianxing's body. At this moment, Xianxing's body trembled violently. Then, she let out a soft cry, "Lu Ming! Xiaoqing, it's you!" Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed like Xianxing's memories of her previous life had faded away. Her current life's memories were the dominant one. "Lu Ming!" Xianxia hugged Lu Ming tightly. Her legs wrapped around Lu Ming as she cooperated with Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged forward with all his might. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. This battle lasted for a total of 300 rounds before it ended. Xianxia fell into a deep sleep at the side. Lu Ming put on his clothes and sat cross-legged at the side. He didn't dare to sleep because he didn't know when Xianxing's memories of her previous life would take over. If that happened, she would definitely attack him. Sure enough, Lu Ming felt a cold, murderous intent the next day at dawn. "Lowly aunt, how dare you defile my body? Die!" Xianxia shouted. She held a long sword in her hand and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body moved. He dodged Xianxing's attack and counterattacked. This battle was the same as before. Xianxia was defeated in just a few moves. It seems like yesterday's battle was not enough. "Let's do it again." Lu Ming had an evil smile on his face. "You dare?" Xianxing's delicate body trembled. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lu Ming grinned hideously. He began to move his hands up and down, executing Xianxia on the spot. Xianxing's memories of her previous life simply gave up and let Xianxing's memories of this life take over. In this way, Xianxing's memories of this life would slowly take over. "Lu Ming, I will definitely win." After the fierce battle, Xianxia lay in Lu Ming's arms. "I believe in you. Now that the divine wilderness has a child, we must reunite as a family," Lu Ming said. In the following days, Xianxing's memories of her previous life launched a counterattack whenever she had the chance. She wanted to kill Lu Ming, but she was subdued by Lu Ming every time. After a series of attacks, Xianxia became docile. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In this way, Xianxing's memories of this life slowly took over. Every day, the memories of this life dominated for more and more time. Sometimes, she would go out with Lu Ming to accompany Lu Shanhuang and tease little Lu Qi in this way. A virtuous cycle was formed. Accompanying Lu Ming and accompanying the child, Xianxing's obsession became stronger and stronger. She was absolutely unwilling to give up and fight against the memories of her previous life. And the fighting spirit of her previous life's memories became weaker and weaker. Because of the memories of her previous life, her origin was not trivial. She was a high and mighty goddess, and she did not put Lu Ming in her eyes at all. Although Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the heavenly emperor realm, in her eyes, he was still a lowly ant. What was a heavenly emperor in her eyes? Even a supreme expert who surpassed the heavenly emperor was like an ant in her eyes. But now, she was repeatedly violated and defiled by an ant. She really could not stand it anymore. She would rather die, would rather be merged with Xianxia's memories of this life. Without the fighting spirit of her previous life, the memories of this life naturally took over. Slowly, Xianxia's memories of her previous life became weaker and weaker. Just like this, time passed in a flash. Another 3 years passed. In 3 years, Xianxia's memories of her previous life were practically obliterated and devoured. Most of Xianxia's time was dominated by the memories of this life. Even if the memories of her previous life occasionally dominated, it was also different from before. She did not kill Lu Ming anymore, but was in a daze. On this day, Xianxia accompanied Lu Shenhuang, Lu Qi, and the rest. And Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. His body was completely covered in purple gold light. After several years of cultivation, Lu Ming's Tao of Sovereign became more and more mature. "Now I can break through," Lu Ming muttered. Then, he took out pieces of chaos stones and started devouring the chaos chi within the chaos stones to increase his cultivation. Huff, huff, huff. Large amounts of chaos stones were devoured by Lu Ming, refined, and turned into the power of the world. Lu Ming's small world began to rapidly expand again. However, the resources consumed were also shocking. When Lu Ming broke through from the true Emperor realm to the Great Emperor realm, he had consumed a total of 3,000 chaos stones and a large amount of origin stones. Now, Lu Ming had broken through from the 1-star Great Emperor realm to the 2-star Great Emperor realm. The resources consumed were even more. As time passed, Lu Ming refined more and more resources. Half a month later, Lu Ming had consumed a total of 6,000 chaos stones and 30% of the origin stones in his body. His cultivation had finally broken through to the 2-star Great Emperor realm. His small world had doubled in size, reaching a radius of 20 million miles. The purplish gold energy in his power of the world had increased and become denser. The reason why Lu Ming had consumed so many resources was to convert them into this purplish gold energy. This purplish gold energy was not the power of the world. It was of a higher level than the power of the world. Lu Ming called it the power of the sovereign. At this rate, I don't have enough resources on me. At the thought of this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Originally, the resources that he had obtained from the Void's sacred island were enough. Lu Ming thought that it would at least last him for a long time. But now, he realized that it was not enough. Now, he was only a 2-star Great Emperor. Out of the 20,000 chaos stones, he had consumed 9,000 of them. There were still 20,000 primordial stones left. As for the origin stones, he had used 30 to 40%. At this rate, these resources could only allow Lu Ming to cultivate to the 4-star Great Emperor realm. At this rate, there would be no more resources. Without resources, it would take God knows how long to slowly absorb the origin chi of heaven and earth to advance to the next level. Let's take it one step at a time. Lu Ming sighed. With the increase in his cultivation, Lu Ming's battle strength had increased tremendously. The power of the sovereign had become stronger. Lu Ming could now suppress or even kill a 2-star Great Emperor with the sovereign Tao alone. With his physical strength and the Great Desolation Spear, it would not be a problem for him to defeat a 3-star Great Emperor. Not far away, Xianxia and the others looked over. "Forget it," Xianxia muttered. There was a sigh in his eyes and a trace of unwillingness. Chapter 2458. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a complicated look. A voice entered Xianxia's ears. "Xianxia, I can only leave that matter to you. Don't worry, I'll definitely complete that matter." Xianxia also sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. After Xianxia heard it, she smiled slightly. Then her delicate body suddenly trembled. Boom! At this moment, an extremely powerful aura came out of Xianxia's body. Then she sat cross-legged, and a black lotus appeared, enveloping her inside. "Mother!" Lu Shenhuang was shocked. Lu Ming's figure swayed. and he also came close. Don't worry, your mother has succeeded. The memories of this life have completely taken the initiative, and the memories of the previous life have been devoured and merged. Now, she's about to break through. Xianxia smiled. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. It seemed that Xianxia had finally succeeded. Lu Ming glanced at Xianxia again. In his eyes, Xianxia was becoming more and more unfathomable. Xianxia's cultivation had fallen far behind Xianxia because of the conflict between the two memories. Even Lu Ming could not see through Xianxia's cultivation now. Xiaoqing and Xianxia. What is their background in their previous life? Lu Ming pondered. He had a feeling that their background in their previous life must be very shocking. However, he was now standing in the Heavenly Emperor realm, almost at the peak. He had even seen powerhouses like the Ancestral Dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor. However, Xianxia still gave him a feeling that he could not see through. Lu Ming had asked Xianxia this question before, but Xianxia shook his head and didn't say much. He only said that it wasn't the right time yet. He seemed to have some misgivings, so Lu Ming didn't ask. Xianxia's aura became stronger and stronger, currently at the crucial moment of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Everyone waited in the distance. In a twinkle, a month passed. Xianxia still had not finished breaking through. And at this time, Lu Ming received a message. It was transmitted to him by Celestial Emperor Hongyu. Outside Two Realm City, the passageway to the primordial realm was reopened. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That passageway led to the primordial realm. Back then, Lu Ming had come to the heaven realm through that passageway. During the battle back then, the passageway had been destroyed by Lu Ming's divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Back then, evil swordsmen had said that the passageway would reopen in about 100 years. Now that more than 100 years had passed, the passage had finally reopened. Lu Ming was a little worried. He was afraid that the foreign tribes would send an army to occupy the passageway and enter the primordial realm. Shen Huang, wait for your mother here. I have something important to do. I'll return to Two Realm City first. After your mother breaks through, come to Two Realm City to find me. Lu Ming said. Father, be careful, Shen Huang said. Lu Ming nodded and took a step forward. The space directly split open. Lu Ming entered the space crack and disappeared. With Lu Ming's speed, it did not take long for him to rush back to Two Realm City. After rushing back to Two Realm City, he learned that the Heaven Realm had already sent some peerless powerhouses to enter the ancient battlefield to guard the passageway. That battlefield was very terrifying. There were marks left behind by the peerless powerhouses back then. Ordinary heavenly emperors would be in danger if they entered. Only peerless powerhouses could enter safely. Now, there were many powerhouses in the Heaven Realm. A group of powerhouses came out of the lair of Zulong. In addition to the powerhouses from the Prison Suppression Realm, there were many powerhouses. And this time, the foreign tribes did not make any moves. They still focused on defense. Hearing this news, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the Prison Suppression Realm had come to the Heaven Realm, the two sides joined forces and their strength increased greatly. The foreign tribes did not seem to want to fight head-on. Instead, they wanted to wait for divine ancestor Xianxia to recover. Lu Ming was very clear about the foreign tribes' plans. However, they had no other choice. The Heaven Realm could defend, but if they wanted to gather all their strength and attack the evil God Realm before divine ancestor Xianxia recovered, they could not do it. The only thing they could do now was to improve themselves as much as possible. The final battle would definitely come. The passageway was fine. Lu Ming was relieved. He returned to Xianxia's side and waited for Xianxia to break through. A few more months passed. Xianxia's aura had reached its peak and broke through a limit. Heavenly Emperor Realm. Xianxia had finally broken through. Strange. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with doubt. Xianxia had broken through to Heavenly Emperor, but the feeling she gave off was different from other Heavenly Emperors. Whether it was in the Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm, after breaking through to Heavenly Emperor, no matter which cultivation system one cultivated, they all belonged to the Heavenly Tao and involved the power of the heavenly Tao. Of course, Lu Ming's path of sovereign was an exception. However, Lu Ming did not sense the slightest aura of heaven Tao from Xianxia. There was only pure power, but it gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. Lu Shenhuang also cultivated Xianxia's cultivation method. It did not belong to the heaven realm or the evil god realm's cultivation system. Lu Ming knew that it should be Xianxia's cultivation method from his previous life. Lu Ming, Shenhuang, not long after the breakthrough, Xianxia retracted his aura. He opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Lu Shenhuang with a smile. "Mother, are you completely healed?" Lu Shenhuang was overjoyed. "Yes." Xianxia smiled. Then he glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and turned to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After that, the whole family gathered together, and the atmosphere was joyful and harmonious. Lu Ming stayed for a few more months. In these few months, Lu Ming was completely relaxed and did not worry too much about cultivation. A few months later, they returned to the primordial realm and met up with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. After a while, they arrived at Two World City. After that, Lu Ming planned to stay in Two World City and fight against the foreign races while cultivating. The days seemed to have become dull. Time passed quickly, and 20 years passed. After 20 years, Lu Ming finally made another breakthrough, and his cultivation rose to 3-star Great Emperor. However, the resources used were also shocking. This time, he used primordial stones. 20,000 primordial stones were used up by Lu Ming in one go. As for the origin stones, Lu Ming was left with 30% of the total. "I'm afraid the remaining resources are not enough for me to break through to 4-star Great Emperor." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, after breaking through to 3-star Great Emperor, the sovereign energy in his autonomous force had become richer, and his battle strength had undoubtedly increased. However, his physical body did not break through, and the 7 gods' mysterious art was still in the early 6th stage. It would take a long time for him to break through to the middle 6th stage. Asterisk splash. Asterisk on this day, Lu Ming was chatting with Xianxia when he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. This sound seemed to be coming from afar. Moreover, the sound was getting louder and louder, like the waves of a great river. "What's that sound?" Lu Ming and Xianxia were puzzled and flew into the sky to take a look. As soon as they flew into the sky, they were shocked because there were people flying into the sky from all corners of Two World City, looking in the direction of Two World City with a puzzled expression. The voice came from outside the Two World City. It spread throughout the entire Two World City. Could it be caused by the foreign races? Someone was puzzled. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 2459. Lu Ming and Xianxia also flew toward the city walls. When they arrived, they found that there were already many people gathered on the city walls. However, there was no movement outside the city walls. There was no sign of any foreign races either. "Senior Hengyu, what's going on?" Lu Ming and Xianxia saw Celestial Emperor Hengyu and walked over to ask. "I don't know. There was a strange sound outside the city. We have already sent people to check it out." Celestial Emperor Hengyu said. Everyone waited patiently. Not long after, more than 10 figures flew back from outside the city. "What happened outside the city? Why is there the sound of a river flowing?" Someone asked immediately. "There's a battlefield outside the city." The space suddenly split open and a river appeared. An old man answered. "A river suddenly appeared?" Many people were puzzled. "That's right. It's a yellow river. It's extremely wide and there's water overflowing. It's extremely terrifying. A great emperor was splashed by the river water and was directly corroded to death." The old man said. "What?" Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. "What river?" The river water was so terrifying that a great emperor would be corroded to death if he was splashed by it. "It looks like the legendary Yellow Spring River in abysmal heaven." The old man answered. "What? Yellow Spring River? Why would the Yellow Spring River appear in this battlefield?" Legend has it that the Yellow Spring River has no end. It flows through the heavens. Perhaps it will pass by this battlefield? But why would it overflow? Many people were puzzled. Yellow Spring River. Lu Ming was shocked. He concluded that it must be the Yellow Spring River. Back then, he accidentally went to Abysmal Heaven with the primordial physique cultivators and went to Abysmal Heaven. He used the Yellow Spring River to return to Tai Ching Heaven. He knew very well that the Yellow Spring River did pass by the battlefield outside the city. Let's go take a look. Let's go. Many people flew out of the city and flew toward the source of the sound. Lu Ming, do you want to go and take a look? Celestial Emperor Hung, you looked at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, he, Xianxia, Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu, and the others all flew toward the source of the sound. Not long after, they arrived at a battlefield and stopped in the distance. In front of them, cracks appeared in the space. They could clearly see a yellow river flowing through them. The river was incomparably wide. It flowed through the void, and no one knew where it would lead to. From time to time, yellow river water would overflow and fall on the ground, corroding the ground and creating bottomless pits. It really is the Yellow Springs River, Lu Ming muttered. He had seen the Yellow Springs before, so he definitely wasn't mistaken. However, why did the space suddenly split open and the Yellow Springs water overflowed? This had never been recorded before. Lu Ming was extremely puzzled. On the other side of the Yellow Springs River, there were also countless figures from the outsiders. Clearly, the foreign beings were also alarmed, and they were also looking on with bewilderment. Look, there's a mountain on the Yellow Springs River. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. There was no need for him to shout, as the others also saw it. In front of the Yellow Springs, an unknown distance away, a huge mountain appeared, faintly discernible. Countless people were shocked. Legend had it that no one knew where the end of the Yellow Springs River was. Even the Heavenly Emperor didn't know. It was extremely mysterious. It could be said that it was one of the most mysterious places in the world. Lu Ming also widened his eyes. When they fled from the abysmal heavenly domain to the Taiching heavenly domain on the sky-reaching battleship, they had also seen such a mountain. At that time, they had wondered if it was the end of the Yellow Springs River. However, no one noticed that there was a figure in the depths of the sky. That figure was Ancestral Gregon. Is it finally here? Moke has been waiting for this day. After countless years, is the legendary Yellow Springs Mountain going to reappear again? Ancestral Gregon muttered with a serious and expectant look in his eyes. It's time to prepare, Ancestral Gregon said, then turned and left. 3 days later, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the Taiching heavenly domain. Even Two World City could hear it clearly. In Two World City, Lu Ming suddenly rose to his feet. Ancestral Gregon's voice. Lu Ming was shocked. Ancestral Gregon's roar suddenly resounded throughout the Taiching heavenly domain. What was going on? What happened? This dragon's roar alarmed the Taiching heavenly domain. Countless people came out of seclusion. Then, a piece of news spread throughout the Taiching heavenly domain and even the Yuan realm at the speed of a whirlwind. The lair of Zulong had appeared, and Ancestral Gregon had appeared. Ancestral Gregon was a supreme expert who surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. When the news spread, the Taiching heavenly domain was in an uproar. After all, not many people in this world knew about Ancestral Gregon. Most people didn't know about Ancestral Gregon's existence. Even some heavenly emperors didn't know about it. Heaven's Ancestral Gregon, a supreme expert who surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. There really is such an existence in this world. I used to think that it was just a legend. Ha! We are so lucky to have such an expert in the heavenly domain. It is said that there are countless experts in the lair of Zulong. We don't have to be afraid of the foreign tribes now. The appearance of Ancestral Gregon raised the morale of the heavenly domain. But Lu Ming wasn't so optimistic. The ancestral dragon suddenly appeared. Could it be that the final battle is coming? Lu Ming whispered. He had a bad feeling. Could it be that Saint Ancestor Xianxia had completely recovered? Impossible. How many years has it been? At this time, ancestral Gragon sent out a large number of experts to invite some people to the lair of Zulong. Many geniuses were among them. Lu Ming and Xianxia also received an invitation. In addition, Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu also received an invitation, as well as Dandin, Bubbles, Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, and others. There was no pattern. Some had high cultivation, and some had low cultivation. Lu Ming and the others immediately set off for the lair of Zulong. A few days later, they arrived at the lair of Zulong and gathered at a huge square under the mountain where ancestral Gragon lived. There are so many auras of experts. How terrifying! Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu and the others felt the auras of the experts on the mountain. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu and the others were shocked. Ha ha, it's been so many years. I'm here again. Dandin grinned. Dandin, you used to come here often? Lu Ming asked. Of course. I'm just an ordinary person. Unfortunately, I've only seen Senior Ancestral Gragon once. Dandin said, I really want to see Senior Ancestral Gragon's glory. A supreme expert who has surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. A legendary figure. Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others were also very excited. As they chatted, more and more people gathered. Lu Ming saw many acquaintances. For example, Tian Ming, Bao De, and the 9 fatalities of the heavenly domain, Lin Xiaofeng, Fu Lu, and the others. These were all geniuses. Lu Ming also saw some powerhouses. There were heavenly emperors and heavenly emperors. Is that the Titan Longhorn? Chapter 2460. Back then, before Lu Ming was captured by the foreign tribes, the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the middle-aged man had helped him. Later, Lu Ming learned from Dandin that the middle-aged man was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm. Old Bull, 9 Lives, you're here too. Come and greet me. Dandin shouted at the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm glanced at Dandin, then stepped forward. Greetings, seniors. Huang Ling, Long Chun, and even the Hung Yu Celestial Emperor hurriedly bowed. They knew that these two were 2 of the top 10 battle beasts, so they naturally did not dare to slight them. Each of the top 10 battle beasts was a terrifying existence, standing at the peak of the Celestial Emperor. In ancient times, other than the Chaos Emperor, the Immortal Emperor, and a few other invincible powerhouses, no one was a match for the top 10 battle beasts. Of course, except for those like the ancestral Gragon, who had surpassed the Celestial Emperor. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm nodded, indicating that there was no need for formalities. Old Bull, aren't you guarding a void passage in the primordial realm? Why are you here? Dandin asked casually. Senior Ancestral Gragon sent someone to ask me to come here. There are already people guarding there. The Titan Longhorn Beetle replied, then glared and said, Old Turtle, you know a lot of secrets. Do you know why the Ancestral Gragon has gathered us here this time? It should be related to the Yellow Springs Mountain, right? Dandin rolled her eyes and said, Yellow Springs Mountain? Could it be that looming mountain on the Yellow Springs River? The Titan Longhorn Beetle, the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, and the others were puzzled. It should be, but I'm not very sure about the specifics. Dandin frowned. Haha, what a coincidence today. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a golden light flashed, and a big man with messy hair appeared in the air. Brother Qing Song. Lu Ming smiled. The person who came was the 9-headed golden lion, Qing Song. Old lion, so you're not dead. When it saw Qing Song and the Titan Longhorn Beetle, it glared at them. Nonsense. Even an old bull like you isn't dead, so how could I die? Qing Song also glared at Dandin and said, Also, this evil old tortoise is still alive, so how can I die? Hey, what did you say? Watch your mouth. Dandin was furious, and his eyes were wide open. Dandin, what atrocities have you done in the past? Lu Ming asked curiously. Bah, what do you mean by offending the heavens and reason? They are framing. Dandin's eyes were even bigger than the Titan Longhorn Beetle's. Slander? who would rob other people's ancestral tombs every day. Once, I even stole it from the undying sovereign and was taught a lesson by the undying sovereign. I was almost turned into a roasted turtle, Xianxia said disdainfully. Lu Ming finally understood why Dandan couldn't get the indestructible ancient scripture when it appeared. It turned out that this guy had robbed the undying sovereign's ancestral tombs before. It was already nice of him not to kill him. This guy was indeed unreliable. Wait, what's his name? Dandan? Ha ha ha. The Titan longhorn beetle said and laughed crazily. Dandan? Eggy? Ha ha ha. Xianxia also laughed. Even a 9 lives demonic silkworm couldn't help but laugh. As for Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. You! Dandan was furious and stomped its feet. Many people around looked at them. Some of them recognized Xianxia, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the others and were shocked. They were all the top 10 battle beasts in the ancient times, and now many of them were gathered together. The 9-headed golden lion, the Titan longhorn beetle, the 9 lives demonic silkworm, the divine turtle of the world, and the space-time spirit mouse. There were 5 of them. This is the space-time spirit mouse? So back then, after laughing for a while, Xianxia looked at Bubbles and sighed. The Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm stopped laughing and looked a little sad. I was captured by the foreign races in the battle back then. I wonder how the others are doing? Xianxia asked. The battle back then was too tragic. The 9 lives demonic silkworm and I were seriously injured and haven't recovered after so many years. The old turtle's injuries were even worse. You were captured, and only the 5-element Qilin's injuries were better. He has been by the ancestral dragon's side all these years. The Titan longhorn beetle sighed. The 9 dragons died in the primordial realm. The holy spirit ant, the immortal heavenly phoenix, and the immemorial dragonesque elephant all died. The space-time spirit mouse was even worse. Even her corpse was used by the foreign races. The 9 lives demonic silkworm also sighed. Even the Dandan's eyes were a little sad. In ancient times, the top 10 battle beasts were so glorious. Although there were some conflicts and grudges between them back then, those grudges had long disappeared after the ancient war. Now, only the few of them were left. By the side, Lu Ming also secretly sighed. The more he knew, the more he could imagine how tragic the battle back then was. Too many experts had died in the battle. Even the powerful Hunyuan sect had almost been destroyed. During this period, Lu Ming learned from Tu Yi, Lei Yi, and the others. The Hunyuan sect had once ruled the Hunyuan heavenly domain in ancient times and was extremely powerful. Under the Hunyuan sect, there were 9 great halls. For example, the Hunyuan sect was one of the 9 great halls. There was also the space-time spirit mouse of the previous generation was the Hall Master. Almost all of the Hall Masters of the 9 great halls were peak heavenly emperors, but the Chaos Emperor was the leader of the 9 great halls. And the Hunyuan sect's sect master was a terrifying figure, not weaker than the Chaos Emperor. Even such a powerful force had been annihilated in the battle back then. The 9 Great Hall Masters and the Hunyuan sect's sect master all died in battle. Only the Chaos Hall still had some puppets left. As for the Hunyuan sect's headquarters, there were no experts left behind, only the formation spirit inside. The one who arranged for Lu Ming and the others to enter the Hunyuan sect assessment was the formation spirit. He had already understood these things from Tu Yi and the others. Everyone was chatting. At this time, thousands of people had gathered in the square. Suddenly, there was a flash of light from the mountain, and a few figures flew out. The person in the lead was Ancestral Gregon. Behind Ancestral Gregon followed a few people, and a few of them were the 5 elements Chilins. The other one had an unfathomable aura, and was obviously an extremely terrifying expert. Ancestral Gregon flew out and stood in the air. His body emitted a supreme aura, and even the heavenly Tao was suppressed. Although most people had never seen Ancestral Gregon before, they all understood that this was Ancestral Gregon when they felt this aura. Greetings, senior ancestral Gragon. Thousands of people bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Ancestral Gragon waved his hand, and everyone felt a force supporting them, allowing them to stand up. Even peak heavenly emperors found it difficult to resist. I believe you are all very curious why I suddenly summoned you here this time, right? Chapter 2461. Everyone was startled. Was the ancestral Gragon finally going to tell them the purpose of gathering them? They were curious too. The ancestral Gragon pondered for a moment and said, "There are a few aspects involved in this. Firstly, the existence that surpasses the heavenly emperor realm. Many people call my cultivation the supreme realm or the ancestor realm. In fact, this realm is called the martial god realm, the realm above the martial emperor realm." The ancestral Gragon said, "Martial god." Many people were startled and their eyes lit up. It turned out that the realm above the martial emperor realm was the martial god realm. God, divine spirit. So there really are divine spirits in this world. Especially Xianxia and the other peak heavenly emperors. Their eyes were filled with yearning. They were already standing at the peak of the heavenly emperor realm. The next step was to break through to the martial god realm, surpassing the heavenly Tao and not being bound by it. As the crowd's imagination ran wild, the ancestral Gragon began to explain, in the ancient era, there were 4 martial gods in the heavenly realm and the fiend god realm. I, the owner of the suppressing prison steel, am the ancestor of the suppressing prison steel. There was also a divine ancestor of the foreign tribes. The last one was called Divine Ancestor Xianxia. The 4 martial gods were divided into 2 factions. The ancestor and I were good friends, while Divine Ancestor Xianxia and the foreign tribe's divine ancestor were together. They wanted to invade the heavenly realm and destroy the human race and the divine beasts. That was how the ancient war began. There were 2 martial gods on each side. The crowd was startled and listened attentively. They knew that they were about to learn some ancient secrets. The battle was extremely intense. The 4 of us fought for 100 years in the Dark Rift. In the end, the hell-crushing progenitor and the sacred ancestor killer heart perished together. The ancestral Gragon continued. The people of the suppressing prison steel were dejected. The foreign tribe's divine ancestor and I were both injured. Our origin force was injured, and even now, it has not recovered. We have been recuperating for the past few years. The foreign tribes did not dare to attack because they were wary of me. The ancestral Gragon continued. The crowd came to a realization. Although the foreign tribes' overall strength was strong, it was normal that the martial gods did not have the upper hand. The ancestral Gragon did not say why the foreign tribes attacked the heavenly realm. At this moment, Lu Ming thought of a problem. This was a question that he had always been perplexed about, but since ancestral Gragon did not mention it, he did not ask. However, the situation has changed. Sacred ancestor Xianxia is still alive. Ancestral Gragon continued. What? Apart from Lu Ming and a few others, the rest of the people were shocked, their faces full of shock. Saint Ancestor Xianxia was not dead. Didn't that mean the evil god realm had 2 martial gods? On the other hand, they only had a single martial god on their side. How were they supposed to fight them? If that was the case, the heaven realm would not be a match for the foreign races. The overall strength of the foreign tribes was already stronger than the heaven realm. With the addition of the 2 martial gods, wouldn't the heaven realm be destroyed? Some people's eyes were filled with despair. However, even though Saint Ancestor Xianxia is still alive, he was severely injured in the battle against the Hell-Crusher progenitor, leaving only a strand of his bloodline behind. This is related to what I'm about to tell you. The Yellow Spring Mountain. Ancestral Gragon continued. Yellow Springs Mountain? Many people were stunned. Yes, the Yellow Springs Mountain. I believe many of you have seen or heard of it. Outside Two World City, the space cracked and the Yellow Springs River appeared. At the end of the Yellow Springs River, there is a looming mountain. That is the Yellow Springs Mountain. The Yellow Springs Mountain is an extremely secretive place. Even I have never been there. Ancestral Gragon said. Everyone was shocked. As a martial god expert who had transcended the heavenly path, the Ancestral Gragon should be an invincible figure in the world. In the hearts of the people, he should be an omniscient figure. However, even the Ancestral Gragon had never been there. What kind of place was it? I have only read a few records from some extremely ancient books. Legend has it that the Yellow Springs Mountain is not from the heaven realm, the primordial realm, or the evil god realm. It is from beyond the heavens. Ancestral Gragon said. Beyond the heavens? Many people were dumbfounded. Beyond the heavens? What did that mean? Could there be other worlds apart from the primordial realm, the heaven realm, and the evil god realm? Beyond the heavens? Dandon whispered, frowning as if he knew something. Beyond the heavens? Bubbles whispered, her eyes filled with doubt. Bubbles, what do you know? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. I don't know. Some images seem to appear in my mind, but I can't see them clearly. Bubbles said. Lu Ming was puzzled. Dandon glanced at Bubbles, but did not say anything. Senior, what's beyond the heavens? Someone could not help but ask. Beyond the heavens? Ancestral Gragon raised his head to look at the sky. A look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. After a while, he said, It's a vast place. We'll talk about it later. Let's talk about the Yellow Springs Mountain first. Legend has it that the Yellow Springs Mountain is from beyond the heavens. It is extremely ancient and mysterious. Usually, it is shrouded in a layer of restriction. Even I can't enter. However, it's not impossible to enter forever. Legend has it that every 10,000 tribulations, the restriction of the Yellow Springs Mountain will be activated once. At that time, one can enter. Everyone was even more shocked. If even the Ancestral Gragon could not enter, who else could? Also, the 10,000 tribulations would be activated once. How long would the 10,000 tribulations be? Each tribulation was 333,333 years. Wouldn't the 10,000 tribulations be more than 3 billion years? Everyone looked at each other. According to the ancient records, the Yellow Springs Mountain is like a world of its own. It contains countless treasures. Treasures of the heavenly path weapon level can be seen everywhere. Some treasures even have heaven-defying effects. No matter how serious the injuries are, they can be healed very quickly. This time, the Yellow Springs Mountain is about to open. That's why there are so many strange phenomena. The Four Tribes' divine ancestor has been waiting for this opportunity. He wants to bring divine ancestor Xianxia into the Yellow Springs Mountain to obtain opportunities. Not only will his injuries be healed, but divine ancestor Xianxia's injuries will also be healed. If that's the case, we won't be able to stop them. That's why I've gathered all of you here this time to bring you into the Yellow Springs Mountain. First, you can stop the foreign tribe. Second, you can obtain opportunities yourself. If you can obtain the great opportunities inside, your cultivation base will probably improve by leaps and bounds. Ancestral Gragon explained. The crowd came to a realization. It turned out that this was the reason why the Ancestral Gragon had gathered them, stopping the foreign tribe so that they could obtain opportunities to improve their cultivation. Most of you are fortunate. You will have a higher chance of obtaining the fortunate encounters inside. However, I have to remind you that the Yellow Springs Mountain is extremely dangerous. This time, many of the foreign tribes' people will enter the mountain too. That's for sure. Besides, the Yellow Springs Mountain is boundless. According to the ancient records, its size is unimaginable. I'm afraid it's no smaller than the 9 heavens domain of the heaven realm combined. Besides, there are countless living beings in it, including humans and other tribes. They have established their own kingdoms and are extremely prosperous. There are even martial gods in it. Ancestral Gragon warned with a stern expression. What? Chapter 2462. Everyone was dumbfounded by the Ancestral Gragon's words. The Yellow Spring Mountain was boundless. Its area was comparable to the 9 heavens domain of the heaven realm. It was filled with various living creatures that formed kingdoms. There were even martial god realm experts in each kingdom. This was too inconceivable. The inside of the Yellow Springs Mountain was like another heaven realm or evil god realm. However, don't worry. No living creature in the Yellow Spring Mountain, no matter how strong they are, even martial gods will not be able to come out. They will never be able to come out. Legend has it that the people of the Yellow Spring Mountain are cursed. They will be trapped in the Yellow Spring Mountain for generations to come. In fact, there are places in the Yellow Spring Mountain where the cursed living creatures are unable to enter. Only those who are not cursed can enter. Therefore, this is our chance. The ancestral Gragon continued to speak. Different thoughts crossed the minds of the crowd. Therefore, even though there are great fortunate encounters in the Yellow Spring Mountain, it's extremely dangerous too. Not only will we have to face the foreign tribes and fight them, we might even have to fight the living creatures in the Yellow Spring Mountain. Therefore, I won't force you. Those who want to leave can leave now. The ancestral Gragon's voice echoed across the place. However, no one left. According to the ancestral Gragon, the Yellow Spring Mountain came from beyond the heavens. It was extremely mysterious and had many treasures. Even martial gods had their eyes on it. Even the ancestral Gragon had never entered the mountain. It would only open once every 10,000 tribulations. Although it was accompanied by danger, since when was there no danger on the path of cultivation? Even if they did not enter the mountain, they would still die if the martial gods of the foreign tribes recovered and attacked the heaven realm. They might as well go in and risk their lives. All right, if that's the case, we'll go in, the ancestral Gragon announced. They couldn't bring too many people in. Otherwise, if they went in and the foreign races attacked, wouldn't they be finished? It was the same for the foreign tribes. They would not dare to send too many people in. However, you must remember a few things after entering the mountain. Firstly, kill any foreign tribes you see. Secondly, try your best to find places that the living creatures of a Yellow Spring Mountain can't enter. Those places have a high chance of having fortunate encounters. Third, remember to borrow power. Sometimes you can borrow the power of the creatures in the Yellow Springs Mountain to kill the alien tribes. If you can borrow the power of the martial god realm experts in the Yellow Springs Mountain to kill the alien tribes Saint Ancestor and Saint Ancestor Xianxia, you can protect the heaven realm. Ancestral Gragon seriously warned. Everyone nodded and agreed in unison. Of course, I've never been inside. All of this is what I've read from extremely ancient books. The 10,000 tribulations have already passed. I don't know what changes have happened inside Yellow Springs Mountain. Therefore, after entering, the most important thing is to act according to the circumstances. All right, Yellow Springs Mountain will open in a month's time. You can gather here in a month's time. I'm afraid it will take a long time before you come out. If you have anything to do, make the necessary arrangements. Ancestral Dragon instructed. Yes, everyone accepted the order and left the place. Lu Ming and Xianxia left this place, intending to bid farewell to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. This trip would take a long time, and if the ancestral Gragon said it would take a long time, then it must be true. Moreover, Lu Ming wouldn't miss this trip. Lu Ming wanted to improve quickly and cultivate step by step, but that wouldn't do. It was too slow. Moreover, the improvement of his cultivation required too many resources. The resources he had on him weren't enough for him to improve. This trip to Yellow Springs Mountain might be an opportunity. When they returned to Celestial City, they bid farewell to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian, saying that they would be going into seclusion for a period of time. Lu Shenwang, Mu Wanxian, Lu Qi, and the others would stay in Celestial City to accompany Li Ping and the others. A month passed in a hurry. Lu Ming and Xianxia returned to the square in Lair of Zulong. Everyone was gathered again. Ancestral Gragon stood in the air. With a wave of his hand, a small boat emerged and then rapidly expanded. This is the heaven-piercing battleship? No, it's not the one with the primordial physique cultivators. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He found that the small boat that Ancestral Gragon took out was very similar to the heaven-piercing battleship used by the primordial physique cultivators in the past. It could float on the Yellow Springs River. The primordial physique cultivators once said that the heaven-piercing battleship was found in a ruin by their ancestors, a treasure that can withstand the water of the Yellow Springs. Could it be from Yellow Springs Mountain? Lu Ming thought. This ship is called the Heaven-Piercing Battleship. All of you get on. If you want to enter Yellow Springs Mountain, you must use this treasure to cross the Yellow Springs River. Ancestral Gragon said. Yes. Immediately, thousands of people rose into the air and flew toward the battleship. It's really called the Heaven-Piercing Battleship. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took Xianxia's little hand and flew toward the Heaven-Piercing Battleship. The Heaven-Piercing Battleship was very large. Thousands of people could only occupy a small space. After everyone entered the Heaven-Piercing Battleship, it quickly shrank and was put away by Ancestral Gragon. Then, Ancestral Gragon took a step and disappeared from the lair of Zulom. The next moment, the space outside the battlefield of Two Worlds City trembled, and Ancestral Gragon's figure appeared. His speed was incredible. Mo! Ancestral Gragon looked ahead. The space in front of him trembled, and a figure appeared. It was the divine ancestor of the other tribes, Moke. Ancestral Gragon, this time you will definitely lose. Xianxia and I will recover in Yellow Springs Mountain, and then we will take your head. Mo, the outsider's sacred ancestor, said coldly. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Ancestral Gragon replied coldly. He took a step forward and rushed into the space crack. When he arrived above the Yellow Springs River, he waved his hand. The heaven-piercing battleship rapidly enlarged and landed on the Yellow Springs River. Ancestral Gragon landed on the deck of the heaven-piercing battleship. At the same time, the divine ancestor of the other tribes also entered the Yellow Springs River. He took out a battleship that was very similar to the heaven-piercing battleship and landed on the Yellow Springs River. The two battleships moved side by side toward the front of the Yellow Springs River. The experts of both sides sized each other up, and sparks flew when they clashed. The first Prince Kong duo, Lu Ming, saw a few extremely talented people on the longevity roll of the other tribes on the alien tribe's battleship. The top few on the longevity roll of the other tribes were all there. Clearly, the divine ancestor of the other tribes had the same idea as Ancestral Gragon. He chose those who entered Yellow Springs Mountain not based on their cultivation, but on their luck. The stronger the luck, the more likely they would be able to obtain fortuitous encounters and even kill their opponents. The two sides did not make a move. If they did, both sides would be injured. No one was confident in winning. The two battleships continued to move forward. In front of the Yellow Springs River was a looming mountain that seemed incomparably far away. They had been traveling for 3 months, but they still had not reached the end of the Yellow Springs River. Moreover, the mountain was still in front of them, and they did not know how far it was. Soon, at that moment, Ancestral Gragon spoke. Everyone was shocked. Were they finally there? Look, the mountain is gone. Oh no, there's a vortex in front. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. In front of them, the mountain was gone, and in its place was a huge vortex. All the water of the Yellow Springs flowed into the vortex. Chapter 2463. At the end of the Yellow Springs River was a huge whirlpool. The huge, sky-reaching battleship was like an ant in front of the whirlpool. Rumble. A deafening rumble was heard. The current was too strong, forming a terrifying suction force that acted on the sky-reaching battleship, trying to suck it in. Oh no, let's go. Many people's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to soar into the sky and leave this place. The Yellow Springs water was terrifying. Even a Heavenly Emperor would be in danger if he was sucked in. Those below the Heavenly Emperor level would definitely die. If they were sucked into the whirlpool, they would be dead meat. Stay calm. Only through this whirlpool can we enter the Yellow Springs Mountain. At this moment, the Ancestral Gragon shouted. His voice was like a bell that struck everyone's hearts. Everyone tried their best to calm down. The Ancestral Gragon would not harm them. There was a commotion on the side of the foreign races, but it was suppressed by the foreign race's divine ancestor. Rumble. The two sky-reaching battleships were sucked into the whirlpool by the Yellow Springs water and disappeared. Lu Ming and the others felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on them. Their surroundings were pitch black. They could not see anything at all. They could not even hear a sound. It was silent all around. Splash! In the next moment, they seemed to have passed through something. The light around them suddenly brightened. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He had a shocking discovery. At this moment, they were high up in the sky. They were not on the sky-reaching battleship. They did not know where the sky-reaching battleship had gone. All of them, including the foreign races, were in the sky. They were being thrown down by an extremely powerful force. Even the current Lu Ming could not contend with this force. Below them was a large mountain. They were descending toward that mountain. At first, the mountain didn't look that big. However, as they got closer to it, the mountain looked bigger and bigger. All of them were deviating from the direction they were going. They were getting further and further away from each other. Xiaoqing, Lu Ming saw Xianxia, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others getting further and further away from him. They were flying to different parts of the mountain. They were falling faster and faster because a terrifying gravitational force was coming from the mountain. What a huge mountain! The closer he got to the mountain, the more Lu Ming realized how huge, terrifying, and majestic the mountain was. When they looked from afar, they didn't see anything. However, when they got closer, they realized that every single protrusion or flat piece of land on this mountain was a vast and boundless plain. Big, it was too big. This mountain was really like a huge world. As they got closer, they could even see large rivers and huge cities. All of them had landed in different locations. Lu Ming could no longer see Xianxia, Dandan, and the others. When he looked up, he could only see a few figures. They were also very far away from him. Whoosh! Lu Ming landed on the edge of the mountain. As he got closer, Lu Ming discovered that there was a dense forest below, stretching as far as the eye could see. A terrifying gravitational force pulled Lu Ming towards the forest. What a terrifying gravitational force! The gravitational force on this mountain is thousands of times stronger than the outside world. Lu Ming was shocked. He channeled the power of the world to stabilize his body and landed in the forest. Boom! Lu Ming landed heavily in a part of the forest, creating a huge pit in the ground. The powerful shock wave shattered the surrounding ancient trees into smithereens. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath. He had finally arrived at Yellow Spring Mountain. The Origin Chi here. No, this isn't Origin Chi. In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that the world here was filled with a type of energy. It wasn't Origin Chi, but a type of energy that was of a higher grade. The quality was higher than Origin Chi. Moreover, he could absorb and refine it. The effect was at least 10 times better than Origin Chi. Lu Ming was shocked. This meant that his cultivation speed here was much faster than in the outside world. Although it might not be 10 times faster, it was at least 5 times faster. What is the origin of this Yellow Spring Mountain? Why is the cultivation condition so much better than the heaven realm? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, lights and shadows flashed in the surroundings. In the next moment, many figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Humans. At the sight of these figures, Lu Ming was shocked. These figures were all humans. There were more than 30 of them. Moreover, their cultivation was shockingly high. They were all great emperors. More than 30 great emperors appeared. Even in the heaven realm, this was a powerful force. More than 30 of them stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. They gritted their teeth and wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming was confused. He had just arrived, and he didn't offend these people. Why were they looking at him with such a fierce face? In particular, there was a young woman who looked like a flower. At this moment, she was looking at Lu Ming with resentment, as if Lu Ming had done something outrageous. Kid, who are you? Why did you ruin our plan to capture the Jade Blood Fox? A burly man glared at Lu Ming, emitting a powerful aura. He was a 5-star great emperor and was very strong. Ruin your plan to capture the Jade Blood Fox. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't do that. He had just arrived. You still want to play dumb? We spent 3 months to lure the Jade Blood Fox here. Just when we were about to catch it, you descended from the sky and caused such a big commotion, scaring the Jade Blood Fox away. Are you still not going to admit it? The woman glared at Lu Ming with hatred, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Lu Ming finally understood. He had just descended from the sky, and the other party happened to be trying to capture the Jade Blood Fox and was scared away by him. This was too much of a coincidence. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, speechless. Everyone, I really didn't do it on purpose. I'm willing to compensate for your losses, Lu Ming said. Compensation? How are you going to compensate? The Jade Blood Fox is extremely rare and difficult to capture. Can you even capture one? The young woman continued to speak with hatred. Young miss, why bother talking nonsense with him? I think he was sent by Mayo to ruin our plan to capture the Jade Blood Fox. The 5-star Great Emperor said angrily. That's right. He must have been sent by Mayo. That must be it. He doesn't want us to cure the Patriarch. The others also roared in anger. In my opinion, let's take him down and interrogate him. A gray-haired old man dashed toward Lu Ming. He grabbed Lu Ming with his big hand, and a huge claw grabbed at Lu Ming. This old man was a 2-star Great Emperor. This kind of cultivation system. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he gathered a little strength and pointed his finger. Chapter 2464. Bang! Lu Ming's finger landed on the claw of the woman. Following a loud explosion, the woman's figure shuddered violently and was sent flying backward with a pale face. This cultivation method is similar to the atavistic cultivation system, but it's not. It's more similar to Xiaoqing's cultivation method, but it's not as refined as Xiaoqing's. Lu Ming's mind was racing. This kid is quite capable. I'll take him down. A middle-aged woman spoke. The middle-aged woman had a bulky appearance. She was using a huge saber that was even faster than her hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The middle-aged woman made her move. She lunged at Lu Ming and slashed a few hundred times in an instant. The brilliant saber glows were aiming to eliminate Lu Ming's figure. Each saber glow was filled with pure, unbreakable force. There was no sign of any rules or great Tao. Lu Ming's figure shuttled through the saber glows like a butterfly, trying to sense his opponent's cultivation method. The middle-aged woman possessed a cultivation of the 4-star martial monarch realm. Her expression changed as she let out a roar and unleashed all her strength, slashing at Lu Ming with her saber. However, she could not even touch the corner of Lu Ming's clothes. Lu Ming was always able to dodge her attacks. The others straightened their faces. Let's attack together and take him down, the 5-star martial monarch said. This person's cultivation was the highest among the group of people. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed was too powerful. Even a 4-star martial monarch was fooled by him. Even if he were to attack in person, he would not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Thus he had asked everyone to attack together. Attack! They uttered a roar and took the lead to charge at Lu Ming. He lashed out with a tremendous force. Meanwhile, the other cultivators attacked too. That being said, the young woman was the only exception. She did not possess a cultivation of the martial monarch realm. The combined attacks of over 30 martial monarchs were incredibly powerful. Various attacks were launched at Lu Ming from all directions. Let's stop here, Lu Ming murmured. A purple-golden glow flickered on his body as Lu Ming lashed out over 30 palms in an instant. Bang! Bang! Over 30 explosions took place consecutively. Over 30 figures were knocked back. Their faces turned pale as they stared at Lu Ming in astonishment. Lu Ming had knocked them back instantly with a single move. They understood that Lu Ming was too powerful. He was far above them. Lu Ming had shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, they would have died. That young woman's eyes were brimming with tears. She stared at Lu Ming and said, "MOU, why are you so ruthless? My father is already seriously injured. Aren't you going to let us treat him? Did you catch that Jade Blood Fox to treat someone's injuries?" Lu Ming asked rhetorically. "You're still pretending?" Don't you know that MOU sent you here? Mayo injured my father. Only the blood of the Jade Blood Fox can heal my father's injuries, the young woman said. The burly man and the others cautiously surrounded the young woman to prevent Lu Ming from attacking her. Where's the Jade Blood Fox? Maybe I can help you catch it. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. After all, he was the one who disturbed them from catching the Jade Blood Fox. He felt a little embarrassed. Moreover, if he could help them catch the Jade Blood Fox, he would definitely win their favor. Lu Ming was new here. He needed to ask the people of Yellow Springs Mountain for information. You'll help us? Although your cultivation base is high, it's impossible for you to catch a Jade Blood Fox. Jade Blood Foxes come and go without a trace. They don't have a fixed residence, and they're extremely fast. It's very difficult to find them unless you use Jade Blood Grass to lure them out. But Jade Blood Grass is too rare. Do you know how much effort it took us to buy one? Where can we get Jade Blood Grass now? The young woman was on the verge of tears. She looked at Lu Ming with resentment. What? Jade Blood Grass? Rare? Lu Ming was stunned. He remembered that there was also a kind of spirit grass called Jade Blood Grass in Heaven Realm. Although it wasn't common, it was very common. Lu Ming had at least a few hundred stalks. Was it just the same name? Lu Ming was a little uncertain. Miss, are you talking about this kind of Jade Blood Grass? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A spirit grass appeared in his hand, and he showed it to the young woman. The young woman and the others widened their eyes. Jade Blood Grass? You have Jade Blood Grass too? Can you sell this Jade Blood Grass to us? The young woman said and stuck out her tongue. She cursed herself for being stupid. Why would he sell them the Jade Blood Grass if he was here to stop them from catching the Jade Blood Fox? Maybe he was here to annoy them? Thoughts flashed through the young woman's mind. But in the next moment, her eyes suddenly widened. Because in Lu Ming's hand, a bunch of Jade Blood Grass appeared. There were dozens of them. So many? How is that possible? The young woman was dumbfounded. The others weren't any better. Although Jade Blood Grass wasn't a particularly high-level spirit grass, it was very rare. They had spent a lot of effort to buy one, and they had already used it. But Lu Ming took out dozens of them at once, making them think that they were dreaming. There's no need to sell it. Since I disturbed you from catching the Jade Blood Fox, I should atone for my sins by helping you catch it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Are you really going to help us? Are you really not sent by Mayo? The young woman asked. Of course not. I really didn't mean to fall here. I was fighting with an enemy in the sky and was blown down by him. Lu Ming lied. I see. It seems that we have wronged you. I'm sorry. The young woman stuck out her tongue and smiled. She was very cute. Then let's begin. How should we use the Jade Blood Grass? Lu Ming asked. Just light it up. When the Jade Blood Grass is lit, it will emit a strange smell that can attract the Jade Blood Fox. But we have to change places. The Jade Blood Fox is very cautious. I'm afraid it won't come a second time. Let's go to the front, the young woman said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and soared into the air. The gravity here was too strong. It was a few thousand times that of the celestial realm, so flying here was a few thousand times more strenuous. Naturally, their speed was much slower. The young woman and more than 30 people also rose into the air and followed Lu Ming. I'm Su Rong. What's your name? The young woman asked on the way. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. In a short while, they flew tens of thousands of miles away, intending to catch the Jade Blood Fox. Lu Ming ignited 10 stalks of Jade Blood Grass. Su Rong and the others felt their hearts ache when they saw that. The Jade Blood Grass emitted a strange smell that drifted far away. Chapter 2465. The Jade Blood Grass was very resistant to fire and burned very slowly. A stalk of Jade Blood Grass could burn for 10 days. They waited for 6 days. Suddenly, a red bolt of lightning flashed in the forest ahead, heading towards the burning Jade Blood Grass at an astonishing speed. It was not lightning. Lu Ming could see clearly that it was a blood-red fox. It was very small, less than half a meter long. It's here. Su Rong's eyes lit up. Attack! The burly man shouted. Then, More than 30 people pounced on the jade blood fox from all directions, forming a circle. Asterisk squeak, squeak, squeak. Asterisk the jade blood fox was frightened. It shrieked a few times and retreated like a bolt of lightning. Stop right there. In that direction, several great emperors shouted. Their power formed a large hand that grabbed at the jade blood fox. The jade blood fox tried to escape, but all the space was blocked. There was no way to escape. Asterisk squeak, squeak. Asterisk the jade blood fox shrieked and suddenly leaped. Its body turned into a sword light and rushed over. Asterisk puff. Asterisk one of the great emperor's large hand was directly pierced through by the jade blood fox. The jade blood fox turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed away. Not good. Chase after it. Su Rong shouted. The others also had ugly expressions. The jade blood fox did not match the rumors. It was rumored that the jade blood fox was very cautious and did not have a fixed residence. It came and went without a trace. Its speed was shocking, but its cultivation was not high. A great emperor was enough to deal with it. However, this jade blood fox could turn into a sword light and pierce through a great emperor's attack. This was something they did not expect. They chased madly, but the jade blood fox was faster than them. It was like a red bolt of lightning that was about to escape. This time, the jade blood fox was surrounded and fled. With its cautious personality, it would be very difficult to attract it. Su Rong was about to cry. At this moment, a figure rushed out at an extremely fast speed. It was even faster than the jade blood fox and disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fast, Su Rong and the others were stunned because the person who rushed out was Lu Ming. Hope rose in their hearts. They hoped that Lu Ming could catch it. They gritted their teeth and chased after it. Not long after, they saw Lu Ming in the air in front of them, holding a small fox in his hand that was struggling. It was the jade blood fox. I caught it. Su Rong jumped up in excitement. The others were also ecstatic. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Lu Ming smiled and passed the jade blood fox to Su Rong. Lu Ming, thank you. Thank you so much this time. Su Rong was so excited that her face turned red. She quickly took the jade blood fox and stored it in a jade bottle. To heaven of a fox, Lu Ming. Where are you going next? Su Rong asked. To tell you the truth, I was about to ask you. Where's this place? Lu Ming asked. You don't know where we are? Su Rong was curious. I'm actually from a faraway place. I was chased by someone and ran for my life. I don't even know where I've escaped to now. Lu Ming said with a wry smile. This is the 10 Directions forest of Fengming country. Our Su family is in Myeongchang, one of the major cities in Fengming country. Su Rong said. Fengming country? Great Myeongchang? Lu Ming whispered. The ancestral dragon said that there were thousands of countries in Yellow Springs Mountain. It seemed that it was true. Lu Ming, since you're not from here, why don't you come back to Myeongchang with us first, and then think of a way to go back? Su Rong said. That's the only way. Lu Ming pretended to nod helplessly. Su Rong was overjoyed. Then, the group appeared and returned to Myeongchang. The 10 Directions forest was not very far from Myeongchang. It was only about 1,000,000 miles away. However, the flying speed here was much slower. It took them a few hours to arrive at Myeongchang. Myeongchang was a majestic city. It was very huge. Even the vast Fengming country, it could be ranked in the top 20. On the way, Lu Ming also learned from Su Rong how her father was injured. Her father challenged a person named Mayo and was injured by the other party. Mayo was the bodyguard of one of the commanders in Fengming country. Along the way, Su Rong chattered a lot with Lu Ming. Fengming country advocated military strength and ruled the country with military strength. There were 13 commanders under the monarch of Fengming country. Each of them led an army and guarded a region. They were all extremely powerful existences. Myeongchang country was under the rule of one of the commanders. There were 18 bodyguards under this commander. Mayo was one of the bodyguards under this commander. He was very powerful. However, there was a rule in Fengming country. All positions were based on strength. One could also fight for them with strength. As long as one defeated the other party, one could replace the other party's position. For example, if one defeated or even killed Mayo, One could replace the other party's position and become the commander's bodyguard. One would be high above the masses and dominate the region. My father didn't covet the other party's position. He was forced by Maio and had no choice but to challenge him. Su Rong sighed in the end. "Oh, what's going on?" Lu Ming asked. "Maio schemed and made my brother bet with him. In the end, he lost and owed a lot of debt. Even if I sold the entire Su family, I wouldn't be able to pay it back." Su Rong sighed. Lu Ming nodded. He roughly understood. The group walked through the city gate and walked in the direction of a Su family. So many races? Lu Ming was shocked as soon as he walked through the city gate. In the city, the streets were wide and crowded with people. However, there are not only humans, but also other races. For example, there were races with horns on their heads that resembled humans. There were also races with long tails and races with the upper body of a human but the lower body of a snake. These races were definitely not caused by the transformation of divine beasts. Instead, they were born this way. Lu Ming looked around and saw at least 4 or 5 races. These races did not exist in the heavenly realm, the primordial realm, or the evil god realm. The ancestral dragon said that the Yellow Spring Mountain came from beyond the heavens. Are these all races from beyond the heavens? Lu Ming thought. Then he thought of the statue in the core of the Void Sacred Island. That statue had a pair of wings on its back. It was also a race that he had never seen before. Was there any connection between them? However, Lu Ming found that the number of humans was still the largest. After walking around a few streets, a huge mansion appeared in front of them. This mansion was the Su family. However, at this moment, the outside of the Su family was surrounded by people. "What's going on?" Su Rong and the others' expressions changed, and they quickly rushed over. "It's Su Rong." Chapter 2466. Lu Ming and the others walked through the crowd and saw 2 groups of people confronting each other in front of the Su family's gate. One of the groups was led by a burly man in metal armor. His eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. Beside him was another group of experts in metal armor. They were from different races, and each of them had a powerful aura. They were all great emperors. "Maio!" Su Rong shouted. The burly man heard the voice and looked over. When he saw Su Rong, he laughed. "So, it's the eldest daughter of the Su family. You're back at the right time." The burly man was Maio. In front of Mou's group was another group of people. The person in the lead was a man who looked to be in his 60s. However, he was extremely weak and dispirited. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. "Ronger, come here," the man in his 60s shouted. "Father, how are you?" Su Rong ran over and asked worriedly. The man was Su Rong's father, Co Yuan-san. I'm fine, Co Yuan-san said, but his face turned pale and he gasped for breath. "Maio, why are you here at the Su family again?" Su Rong glared at Maio. "Why? Your brother owes me divine stones. He hasn't paid me back yet. Of course I'm here to collect the debt." Maio sneered. When he looked at Su Rong, a fiery light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "How many divine stones does my brother owe you?" Maio asked. 800,000 divine stones. Maio said, "You're talking nonsense. I only owe you 300,000. A young man beside Co Yuan-san shouted. That young man was Su Rong's brother, Su Feng. "Don't you want interest? You've owed me for a year. Including the interest, it's 800,000. Maio sneered. 500,000 in a year? Why don't you just rob someone? Su Rong shouted angrily. That's the rule here. It's right and proper to pay back what you owe. Hurry up and pay it back. Maio scolded. 800,000 god stones. Even if I sell the entire Su family, it still won't be enough. Co Yuan-san said. Su Rong's eldest brother did not dare to speak. He lowered his head deeply. Not enough? Sure, Miss Su Rong is an outstanding beauty. You can give her to me. Your Su family and Miss Su Rong are more or less enough. As for the rest, I won't haggle over it. Maio said. She looked at Su Rong with a burning gaze. Su Rong's face turned pale. You want to have any ideas about Rong? Don't even think about it. Co Yuan-san roared. Don't even think about it. Since you can't take it out, then don't blame me for being rude. Mayo said ferociously. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. Peak Great Emperor. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Mayo's cultivation was at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Mayo's subordinates also released a powerful aura that pressed down on the Su family. The people of the Su family were unable to resist at all, especially Su Yuanshan. He was suppressed by the other party's aura, and his body staggered backward. His face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Father! Su Rong was very worried. Su Yuanshan was already seriously injured. Adding injuries on top of injuries, he would be in danger if this continued. If you don't do as I say, the Su family will be destroyed today, Mayo said coldly. No one said anything. Fengming was a country founded on martial arts. Everything was based on martial arts. The strong stood at the top, while the weak were like ants. It was very cruel. If the Su family was strong enough to kill Mayo, the commander would not say anything. Mayo, you'll die a horrible death. Su Rong cursed. Humph, who can kill me? Mayo said ferociously. Me. At this moment, a voice sounded and spread across the area. Many people were shocked. Who dared to say that he could kill Mayo? Mayo's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He followed the voice and looked at the person who spoke. In the end, his gaze fell on Lu Ming. The person who spoke was Lu Ming. Kid, you said you want to kill me? Mayo said word by word. His murderous intent was as cold as a knife. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. Looks like you're not deaf. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, I heard that as long as I challenge and defeat you, I can replace you and become the commander's guard. Hee, you want to become the commander's guard? You're quite ambitious. Let me tell you it's true. Let's see if you have what it takes. Mayo said ferociously. Lu Ming, don't. Mayo is at the peak of the void transformation state, and he's one of the most powerful cultivators at the peak of the void transformation state. Su Rong sent a message to Lu Ming. She was very worried. The void transformation state? Isn't he an emperor? Is the level division of the yellow spring mountain different from the heaven region and the fiend god realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, it was not the time to ask for details. Mayo, I'm officially challenging you now. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming said loudly. Lu Ming had his own plan. The local forces of the Yellow Spring Mountain were extremely powerful. There are even martial gods who wanted to obtain opportunities in the Yellow Spring Mountain and kill the alien races. They had to borrow the power of others. They had to borrow the power of the creatures in the Yellow Spring Mountain. This way, not only could they kill the alien races, but they could also obtain resources. It would be difficult for them to rely on themselves. He believed that the alien races would do the same. Now, it was time to see who was faster. He would first become the commander of the guards, and then continue to climb up. When he had a certain amount of power in Fengming country, he could use the power of Fengming country to search for creatures from the heaven region and the alien races. He could gather the creatures from the heaven region, kill the alien races, and search for opportunities. It was killing many birds with one stone. Challenging Mayo, many people in the surroundings were stunned. Co Yuan-san and the others were also stunned. Lu Ming looked so young, but he wanted to challenge Mayo. He was too bold. Lu Ming, Su Rong looked worried. Although Lu Ming was powerful and had defeated more than 30 experts in one move, Mayo was at the peak of the void transformation state. Her subordinates were no match for her. You want to challenge me? Mayo's eyes flashed with a cold light. Why? You don't dare? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Ha ha, kid, why wouldn't I dare? However, let me see your strength. If you don't have any strength, I won't have the time to challenge you. Mayo sneered. Lord Guard, I'll test his strength. A burly man in iron armor walked out from behind Mayo. The burly man had a pair of horns on his head that were as sharp as a knife. All right, go ahead and try. You can kill him directly, Mayo said coldly. I understand. The bullhorn man said coldly. He then walked toward Lu Ming and a battle axe appeared in his hand. Kid, make your move. Whoosh. As soon as the bullhorn man finished speaking, Lu Ming moved. A spear light stabbed toward the bullhorn man at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 2467. Instant Kill. Many people were stunned. The bullhorn man was at the 5th tier of the insightful Void Realm, but he was killed in an instant. When many people looked at Lu Ming, there was a chilliness in their eyes. It was completely different from before. The fact that Lu Ming could kill the bullhorn man in one move was enough to show that his combat strength was not to be underestimated. Mayo's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of seriousness flashed in them. "Can I challenge you now?" Lu Ming looked at Mayo. "Not bad." Mayo's eyes flashed fiercely. He waved his hand, and a blood-red battle saber appeared in his hand, emitting the smell of blood. It was obvious that many people had died in Mayo's hands. "Little brother, you have to make him take out his guard token. If you defeat him, you can become the commander of his guards." Co Yuan-san reminded from the side. "Humph, you think he can defeat me?" Mayo snorted, but he still followed the rules and took out the guard token and stuck it on his belt. "Make your move," Mayo said ferociously. "You make the first move. I'll give you a chance to attack." Lu Ming said. What he meant was that once he made his move, Mayo would have no chance. Mayo's face turned ugly, and he said with a cold, murderous intent, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Bam! Mayo's figure rushed toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning, and the battle saber in his hand slashed out violently. It was fast, accurate, and powerful. Lu Ming stood still, and the power of Sovereign in his hand formed a long spear in front of him. Clang! Mayo's battle saber stood on Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body was as steady as a mountain, and he did not move at all. The huge force made Mayo's body tremble violently, and he was forced to retreat. His combat strength is indeed strong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In the Heaven Realm, Mayo's combat power was considered strong among the peak Great Emperors. In the same realm, there were differences in combat power. Mayo was considered strong among the peak Great Emperors. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, it was nothing. At this moment, Imoyu was extremely shocked. He had used all his strength in that move, intending to kill Lu Ming in one move. However, in the end, Lu Ming did not move at all, and he was the one who was pushed back. At this moment, he understood that Lu Ming's strength was above his. "No, I can't just hand over the position of the guard to someone else." Mayo roared in his heart. In Fengming country, there were a total of 13 commanders. Each of them commanded an army and oversaw a region. They held high positions and power. Every commander only had 18 guards under them. One could imagine how much power and authority this position held. It was not easy to come by, and he did not want to give it up. Whoosh! He turned around and ran. He actually ran away without a fight. "Since you've already accepted the challenge, don't you think it's too late to run away?" Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. His muscles twitched, and his body rushed towards Mayo like lightning. The long spear in his hand pierced out at an extremely fast speed. Mayo was shocked. He wanted to turn around and defend himself, but it was too late. Poof! The long spear pierced through Mayo's head, killing him instantly. Mayo's corpse fell heavily on the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. He had come this time to take the Su family into his pocket, and at the same time, to take the beautiful young lady of the Su family under his crotch. He did not expect to lose his life here. Lu Ming reached out his hand, and the guard token on Mayo's belt flew into his hand. Mayo's subordinates were all terrified. They turned around and ran, scattering in all directions. Mayo is dead. Su Rong, Co Yuan-san, and the others were stunned at first, then they were overjoyed. Mayo was dead. The godstones that Su Rong's brother owed Mayo were naturally gone. No one would cause trouble for them anymore. They were naturally happy. "Thank you, Brother Lu Ming, for saving our lives." Co Yuan-san had already learned of Lu Ming's name from Su Rong. He came over to thank him. "You're welcome. I only helped because I wanted to be his guard." Lu Ming smiled, then held up the token in his hand and asked, "Senior, How do I use this token? That's simple. You just need to bring this badge to the Lord Commander. As long as the Lord Commander approves, you will naturally be able to inherit the position of the Guard Commander. Under normal circumstances, the Lord Commander will agree. That's because the stronger you are, the better it is for the Lord Commander. Co Yuan-san explained. Back when Mayo forced the Su family, Co Yuan-san challenged Mayo, hoping to defeat Mayo and become his guard. That way, the Su family's crisis would be resolved. Unfortunately, he was no match for Mayo. Instead, he was severely injured by Mayo. Father, it's all thanks to Lu Ming that we were able to catch the Jade Blood Fox. Su Rong said. You caught the Jade Blood Fox? Co Yuan-san was overjoyed, then solemnly thanked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was really the Su family's benefactor. First, he helped them catch the Jade Blood Fox, and then he killed Mayo. If it weren't for Lu Ming, the Su family would really be finished. Naturally, he was very grateful to Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, come in and have a seat. Servants, prepare the banquet. Co Yuan-san welcomed Lu Ming into the Su family and ordered the servants to prepare the banquet. The onlookers also dispersed. All of this was not surprising to them. In Fengming country, such challenges were common. Not only did people challenge the commander's guard, but sometimes people even challenged the commander. The Su family warmly welcomed Lu Ming as a guest of honor. After that, Lu Ming stayed with the Su family for a few days. He read a lot of information collected by the Su family and learned more about Yellow Spring Mountain. There were many races in Yellow Spring Mountain. There were dozens of races, big and small, such as the Minotaur race, the Scaled race, the Naga race, and so on. Moreover, the Cultivation realm in Yellow Spring Mountain was very different from that in the Heaven realm. The first few realms were basically the same, but after reaching the Martial Emperor realm, it was very different. The Martial Emperor realm in Yellow Spring Mountain was divided into the Void Glimpse, True Void, Profound Void, and Transformation Void. Each realm was divided into 7 levels. They corresponded to the Void Emperor, True Emperor, Great Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor. For example, Mayo was at the peak of the Profound Void realm, the same as a peak Great Emperor. The creatures in Yellow Spring Mountain did not cultivate the laws or the Great Path. They did not even come into contact with the Heavenly Path. They cultivated pure power. Above the Transformation Void was the God Realm, and they were called gods. This was the same as what the Ancestral Dragon said. The creatures here called Yellow Spring Mountain the Yellow Spring World. In the Yellow Spring World, there were hundreds of forces and countries of various sizes. They each occupied a territory and ruled over a region. Fengming was just a small country at the edge of the Yellow Spring World. In addition, Lu Ming also saw records about the Cursed Land. Chapter 2468. The Cursed Land. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Cursed Land was the place they were looking for. The people of Yellow Springs Mountain couldn't enter because they were cursed for generations. However, outsiders could enter. There might be fortuitous opportunities inside. Moreover, what made Lu Ming happy was that there was a cursed land in Fengming country. It was in the capital of Fengming country. It seems like I made the right choice to be the guard commander. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming stayed with the Su family for 2 days. Under Su Rong's reluctant gaze, he bid farewell to them. Then, Lu Ming walked toward the governor's mansion in Yangcheng. The governor guarding this place was called Yang. He was the most powerful person in Yangcheng. He ruled over dozens of cities and had millions of soldiers. The governor's mansion was in the center of Yangcheng. Not long after, a vast mansion appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. There was a team of burly men in iron armor guarding the entrance. Who are you? Stop. Lu Ming was stopped as soon as he arrived. I want to see Governor Yang. The guard token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The governor's guard token. The burly men guarding the door were shocked. They smiled and said, "So you have a guard token? Sir, please wait for a moment. We will report to the governor." Since Lu Ming had the guard token, it meant that he had defeated a guard and would most likely inherit the guard's position in the future. In that case, his status would be far above theirs. Naturally, they did not dare to offend Lu Ming. All right, Lu Ming nodded. He put away the guard token and waited quietly. After a while, the burly men came out to report. The governor wants to see you. Please follow me. Then, he turned around and walked inside. Lu Ming followed him into the governor's mansion. They walked through a few corridors and passed through a few courtyards before arriving at a large hall. At the entrance of the hall, the burly men didn't dare to enter. They gestured for Lu Ming to enter while he retreated. Lu Ming stepped inside. After entering the hall, he found that it was already filled with people. At the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a sinister face. His eyes were long and narrow. When he opened them, they gave off a cold feeling. However, what attracted Lu Ming's attention the most was the man's lower body. The lower body of the man was a snake tail. It was a snake man. His aura was extremely shocking. Sky Emperor. Lu Ming could sense right away that this person's cultivation level was a celestial emperor, which was the void transformation realm of the netherworld. On the two sides of the hall sat more than 10 people. There were men and women, old and middle-aged. All of them had powerful auras. They were all peak great monarchs. This must be the governor and his guards. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. I am Lu Ming. Greetings, Lord Governor. You are the one who killed Maio? Yang asked from the head of the hall. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Show me your guard token, Yang said. Lu Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, the guard token appeared in his hand. Lord Governor, may I take over the position of guard? Lu Ming asked. Ha ha, what a joke. You want to take over the position of guard? The one who spoke wasn't a Yang, but a middle-aged, burly man on the left. He had a pair of bull horns, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. According to the rules, I kill Maio and can take over his position. Why can't I take over the position of guard? Lu Ming asked. What a joke. I received news that you killed Maio from behind. Otherwise, you won't be his match. Such a despicable person wants to take over the position of guard. What a joke. Now that you have the guts to come here, I will take revenge for Maio today. The bull-masked burly man said coldly. He stepped forward and his powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. The bull-masked burly man was called Bin Bu. He had a good relationship with Maio, and he was the strongest among the 18 guards under Yang. He received news that Maio was killed by Lu Ming from behind. He was furious and wanted to take revenge for Maio. He didn't expect Lu Ming to come knocking on his door. Yang sat on the head of the hall with a cold smile. He didn't stop Bin Bu. He also received news that Maio was stabbed to death by Lu Ming from behind. He also wanted to see if Lu Ming was capable or not. If he was not capable, he would be killed by Bin Bu for nothing. I'm afraid you are still too weak. Lu Ming glanced at Bin Bu casually. Lu Ming didn't care about a mere peak great emperor, no matter how strong he was. A despicable person who only knows how to attack from behind. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Die. Whirlwind kill. A huge battle axe appeared in Bin Bu's hand. He swung the battle axe and charged towards Lu Ming. As he charged towards Lu Ming, Bin Bu spun rapidly with the battle axe in his hand. He was like a whirlwind as he charged towards Lu Ming with terrifying power. Whirlwind kill. It's the whirlwind kill. Brother Bin Bu used his killer move right from the start. That kid is finished. Not many in the profound void realm can match Brother Bin Bu's killer move. That kid is dead for sure. He will be ground into minced meat. The other guards sneered as if they were watching a show. They could almost see the scene of Lu Ming being ground to death. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming moved. He took a step forward and threw out a punch. The entire hall shook. Dong! Lu Ming's fist collided with Bin Bu's battle axe, and there was a loud bang. Thereafter, Bin Bu's battle axe was sent flying far away. Then there was a scream. Bin Bu's burly body was crushed by Lu Ming's fist force. He flew far away and landed heavily on the ground, vomiting blood. Bin Bu was severely injured in one move. In the main hall, gasps could be heard. The guards all widened their eyes in disbelief. Bin Bu was the strongest among them. But now, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move, even though he had used his killer move. Lu Ming's combat strength was shocking. They understood that Lu Ming didn't need a sneak attack to kill Mayo. Even if it was a head-on battle, he could easily kill Mayo. Just this little bit of combat strength? I thought you were strong. What a disappointment. Lu Ming shook his head and glanced at Bin Bu in disdain. Just now, he had shown mercy on account of Yang. Otherwise, Bin Bu would definitely not be left with a single punch. Bin Bu was so angry that he vomited 2 more mouthfuls of blood. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. Ah, good. You're Lu Ming, right? From now on, you will be my guard, the #1 guard. Chapter 2469. Thank you, Commander. Lu Ming clasped his fists. All right, you'll stay in Mayo's residence from now on. If there's anything, feel free to tell me. Yang said with a smile. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Congratulations, Guard Lu. Congratulations, Brother Lu. On the side, the other guards were all beaming as they congratulated Lu Ming. The situation was completely different from before. Now, Lu Ming had proven his strength and was valued by Yang. Yang called him the #1 guard. Of course, they had to build a good relationship with Lu Ming. As for Blue, let him go. This world was always so realistic. Blue stood at the side with an ugly expression. After that, someone led Lu Ming to a place. After 2 rounds, they arrived in front of a residence. This residence was Mayo's former residence. Now it belonged to Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming walked into the residence, he saw a group of people coming up to greet him. When they saw Lu Ming, they bowed. Greetings, Lord Guard. There were hundreds of people kowtowing to Lu Ming. MMRIs. Lu Ming nodded. These people were Mayo's former subordinates. Now, they were his subordinates. Lord Guard, what orders do you have? Someone looked at Lu Ming with a face full of smiles, showing a flattering expression. Go do what you need to do. Lu Ming waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. He found a room to stay in. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Between heaven and earth, that mysterious energy constantly gathered towards Lu Ming. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The effect of the Enlightenment ancient tree is getting smaller and smaller in cultivation now. Lu Ming whispered. He discovered that ever since he comprehended the Tao of Sovereign, the Enlightenment ancient tree had very little effect on him. With the Tao of the Sovereign Lord, Lu Ming seemed to be able to merge with heaven and earth. In fact, he could even control heaven and earth and gain enlightenment of the Tao of the Sovereign Lord from heaven and earth. As for the Tao Enlightenment tree, it seemed to be of little help to Lu Ming. The Tao Comprehension ancient tree was very useful for gaining enlightenment of magical laws, great Taos, and heavenly Taos, but not for the Tao of the Sovereign Lord. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming took out a storage ring. This storage ring belonged to Mayo. After killing Mayo, Lu Ming naturally obtained his storage ring. Lu Ming sent his spiritual sense into it. In the next moment, several battle weapons appeared in his hand. What a strange weapon. Lu Ming held the combat weapon and sized it up carefully. The weapons of the Yellow Springs world were also very different from those of the outside world. How wonderful! Lu Ming injected his world energy into the weapon and carefully sensed it. He was amazed. He discovered that there were formations inscribed on the weapon. These formations interacted with each other and formed many magical effects. Once energy was injected into the weapon, these formations would be activated, allowing the weapon to erupt with astonishing power. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that even if he injected his world energy, the formations inside could be activated. Lu Ming tried a few times and found that these weapons were equivalent to Great Emperor weapons. None of them were equivalent to Heavenly Emperor weapons. Thinking about it, Mayo was only a Great Emperor. How could he have a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Emperor weapon? If I can get a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Emperor weapon in the Yellow Springs world and bring it out, the experts of the Heavenly Realm can also use it. That will greatly increase the strength of the Heavenly Realm. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then he put away the weapons. In Lu Ming's hand, a sparkling stone appeared. This stone was about the same size as a Nor. Is this the divine stone of the Yellow Springs world? Lu Ming whispered. Then he used his cultivation technique to absorb the energy of the divine stone. The energy in the divine stone was exactly the same as the energy in the Yellow Springs mountain, except that it was many times richer. The energy of the divine stone was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. Soon, it was refined by Lu Ming and turned into his world energy. One divine stone contains so much energy. It's equivalent to 10,000 supreme-grade origin stones. Lu Ming was shocked. The energy of the divine stone was too much. One piece was equivalent to 10,000 supreme-grade origin stones. Lu Ming counted the number of divine stones in Mao's storage ring. There were a total of 500,000 divine stones. If converted into supreme-grade origin stones, it would be 50 billion supreme-grade origin stones. 50 billion supreme-grade origin stones was shocking enough. Lu Ming had obtained a large number of supreme-grade origin stones in the Void Sacred Island. There were about 6 to 700 billion of them. Now, there were only about 100 billion left. The divine stones in Mao's possession were equivalent to half of the origin stones in Lu Ming's possession now. Haha, if I can get enough divine stones here, then I won't have to worry about my cultivation anymore. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had consumed too many resources to cultivate. Now, he only had about 10,000 chaos stones and 100 billion supreme-grade origin stones left. These resources were not enough at all. However, once he had enough divine stones, it would be enough. Chaos stones and primordial stones were not necessary for a breakthrough in cultivation. A single supreme-grade origin stone could also do the same, but the number was too shocking. Therefore, Lu Ming had always cultivated with origin stones and chaos stones or primordial stones. This could greatly reduce the consumption of origin stones. However, 10,000 chaos stones would probably be used up if Lu Ming broke through again. However, as long as Lu Ming had enough divine stones, he could also break through. Lu Ming began to think about how to collect more divine stones. That way, even if he left Yellow Springs Mountain in the future, he would have enough resources to cultivate. After organizing his things, Lu Ming continued to cultivate and comprehend the Tao of Sovereigns. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. These 2 months were very peaceful. Nothing happened. Lu Ming cultivated in peace. On this day, Yang sent someone to look for Lu Ming, saying that he had something to discuss with Lu Ming. Lu Ming met Yang in the same hall as last time. Other than Yang, there were 2 other people. One was Bin Bu, who had been defeated by Lu Ming. The other was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was very beautiful and had a mature charm. She was full of temptation. This was not difficult to notice from the flames of desire in Bin Bu's eyes when he glanced at her from time to time. Lu Ming recognized this woman. She was also one of Yi Yang's guards. Her name was Liao Min. I'm looking for you today to discuss the commander's assembly. Yang went straight to the point and stated his purpose. Bin Bu and Liao Min were calm. Clearly, they already knew about this. However, Lu Ming was taken aback and a little confused. Lu Ming, you still don't know. Let me tell you. Yang looked at Lu Ming and said, there are a total of 13 commanders in Fengming country. Each of them is in charge of a region. However, the territories that they are in charge of are of different sizes. The troops that they lead are also of different strengths and weaknesses. The ranking of the commanders determines all of this. Chapter 2470. Lu Ming was enlightened. It seemed like Yi Yang had called them here for the commander's assembly. Lu Ming did not say anything, waiting for Yi Yang to continue. The rules of the commander's assembly are very simple. Every commander can bring 3 guards with him to participate, and they will challenge each other. In the end, the ruler will rearrange the rankings according to the results. As for the 3 of you, you are the 3 strongest guards under my command. Therefore, this time, you will follow me to the capital to participate in the commander's assembly. Yang announced. Yes, Lu Ming, Bin Bu, and Liao Min nodded. The capital? There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He also wanted to go to the capital because there was a cursed land in Fengming country's capital. This was exactly what he wanted. All right, prepare yourselves. We will set off tomorrow, Yang said. The crowd dispersed, and the day passed quickly. On the second day, Yang brought Lu Ming, Bin Bu, and other guards to Fengming country's capital on a giant flying beast. After flying for 3 days, they arrived at Fengming country's capital, a vast ancient city. Fengming country's capital was bustling with noise and excitement. Lu Ming saw many different races. Its commander, Yang. The moment they entered the capital, they were recognized. The Centennial Commanders' Assembly is around the corner. The capital is going to be lively again. I wonder if there will be any changes to the ranking of the commanders this time. It's hard to say. In my opinion, the biggest suspense is still the battle between the first and second place. 100 years ago, the two commanders exchanged 1,000 moves before the victor was decided. That's right. I'm looking forward to it. While the crowd was discussing, Lu Ming's group passed through several streets and arrived at a huge residence. This residence was Commander Yang's residence in the capital. It was equally vast, and there were many experts stationed in the residence. The moment Yang's group arrived, someone came to welcome them and arranged accommodations for them. Next, it was time to wait for the commander's assembly to begin. Time passed quickly, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the commander's assembly arrived. Yang led Lu Ming, Bin Bu, and Liao Min towards the imperial palace. When they arrived at the palace, there was naturally someone to receive them. They were led to a spacious area. This place was surrounded by rows of seats that served as viewing platforms. In the center, there was a huge battle platform. Clearly, the battle would take place on the battle stage. Haha, Yang, you guys are quite early. A loud laugh could be heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw 4 people flying over from another direction. The leader of the group was an elder with a single horn on his forehead. He looked at Yang with a cold smile. You're not late either, Yang said coldly. Hee, Yang, this time, I will definitely replace you. The old man sneered. You're still far from it. Yang sneered. Both of them were exuding a cold aura as they clashed in the air. Of course, they understood that now was not the time to fight. They snorted and found a viewing platform to sit down. That old guy is called Commander Biancheng. He's ranked 10th among the 13 commanders. Our commander is ranked 9th. That guy has always wanted to replace our commander's position. Liao Min transmitted her voice to Lu Ming and explained. Along the way, Liao Min was closer to Lu Ming. She frequently expressed her goodwill to Lu Ming and looked at Lu Ming coquettishly. This made Bin Bu extremely jealous. Oh, no wonder. Lu Ming nodded and smiled at Liao Min. At this moment, people flew over continuously. They were all other commanders. Each commander had 3 guards with him. Liao Min introduced them to Lu Ming one by one. It's Commander Luo Mo and Commander Yuzhan. The 2 of them are here together. Suddenly, Liao Min spoke with a solemn voice. Lu Ming also looked over. There were 4 people on each side. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the 2 people walking at the front. One of them was a middle-aged man in a white robe. He was a human. The other had a pair of black wings on his back. His eyes were cold. Through Liao Min's introduction, Lu Ming learned that the middle-aged man in a white robe was Commander Yuzhan, who was ranked first among the 13 commanders. The one with black wings was Commander Luo Mo, who was ranked second. The 2 of them were extremely powerful and have been fighting for countless years. Their strength was about the same, but overall, Commander Yuzhan was slightly better. Therefore, he was always ranked first. There were rumors that this time, Commander Luo Mo wanted to pull Commander Yuzhan down from his throne and replace him. Their gazes met, creating intense sparks. Then, they sat down on their respective seats. The cultivation of these 2 people is very high. Lu Ming sized them up and realized that their cultivation was very high. They were probably much higher than Yang. Then, Lu Ming sized up the guards they brought. Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming realized that there were also Heavenly Emperors among the guards they brought. They were not people Yong and the border city commanders could compare to. Lu Ming saw that among the people Commander Luo Mo brought, there was a very mysterious person. He was covered in a black robe, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. I don't see any heavenly realm experts or people from other races. Lu Ming pondered. The monarch has arrived. At this moment, a voice sounded. Then, a group of people flew over from afar. There were more than 100 people. The person in the lead was a human in his 50s. He wore a crown and had a majestic aura. Obviously, this person was the monarch of Fengming country. The group of people landed on the seats at the front and sat down in order. Greetings to the monarch. Everyone stood up and bowed to the monarch of Fengming country. Everyone, please be at ease. Take a seat. The monarch of Fengming country waved his hand. Everyone sat down. The Centennial General Meeting is about to begin. The rules are still the same. Everyone will bring 3 guards. The last rank commander will start the challenge. You can fight to your heart's content. I know what the final result will be. The monarch announced. Yes, everyone responded. Then, the last rank commander sent out a guard to jump into the fighting ring. The other party challenged the guard of the 12th rank commander. Boom. There was nothing much to say. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were peak Great Emperors. Their combat strength was comparable. This battle was very intense. After exchanging a few hundred blows, both of them were injured and ended in a draw. How is it? Are you confident? Commander Yong secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and the rest. This kind of trash can't even withstand a blow. I could defeat him in 10 blows. Bingbu said confidently. However, after taking a look at Lu Ming, his face turned gloomy. He was defeated by Lu Ming in 1 blow. Chapter 2472. Commander Rama, you must be joking. How would I dare to fight with you? Commander Yong squeezed out a smile on his ugly face. He then looked at Lu Ming. There was a cold glint in his long and narrow eyes. Lu Ming, hurry up and apologize to Commander Luo Mo and his guards. You want me to apologize? Even Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect Yong to do this. Yong did not know what grudges he had with the foreign races. Yet, Yong wanted him to apologize without even asking. That's right. Hurry up. I don't care what grudges you have. You must apologize and make Commander Rama and his guards forgive you. No matter what method you use, no matter what price you have to pay. Do you understand? Yong said coldly. He did not hide the strong threat in his voice. His meaning was clear. No matter what method Lu Ming used, even if he had to kneel down or pay a huge price, he had to make the other party forgive him. This way, Commander Rama would not challenge Yong. The commanders' meeting did not stipulate that those with a higher ranking could not challenge those with a lower ranking. This was just the beginning. The lower ranking could only challenge those with a lower ranking. Those with a higher ranking could also challenge those with a lower ranking. However, that would leave a bad impression in the king's heart. Yong was scared to death. Rama was vicious and had strong combat strength. If he challenged him, he would be dead for sure. He cursed in his heart. Lu Ming could have offended anyone, but he had to offend Commander Rama's guards. He was simply courting death. It did not matter if he was courting death, but he had to implicate Yong. Huh? Lu Ming sneered. What are you laughing at? Yong said coldly. The cold light in his snake-like eyes intensified. I'm laughing. Who do you think you are? Why do you have to order me around? Lu Ming said indifferently. What? Yang's eyes widened. He was stunned. What did Lu Ming say? Lu Ming actually said, he was a who do you think you are? What audacity! Yang's chest was filled with flames of anger. Lu Ming was merely his bodyguard. At the end of the day, he was merely his dog. Now, he actually dared to speak of him in such a manner in front of the other commanders and the monarch. This caused him to lose face and be extremely embarrassed. His heart was filled with ice-cold, killing intent, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Lu Ming into pieces. If it were any other guard, they would definitely not dare to disobey him. Whatever he said, they would have to do. Ha ha ha, this brat is courting death. At the side, Blue was laughing madly in his heart. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so stupid. He was simply courting death. No need for nonsense. Even if he kneels in front of me today, he must die. At this moment, the outsider royal said coldly. The words caused Yi Yang's expression to turn even uglier. His gaze spun a few times, and then his eyes lit up as he said, "Everyone, this guard of mine is arrogant and has offended his superiors. What's the point of keeping such a person? I'll expel him from the ranks of my guards now. If you have any grudges with him, feel free to look for him. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Ming, hand over your guard token." At the end of his sentence, Yang looked coldly at Lu Ming. He actually expelled him from the ranks of the guards. This Yang is really decisive. However, this way, he can avoid a battle with Commander Rama. It's a wise choice. That's right. If it were me, I would also do the same. Fighting with Commander Rama would only be courting death. The commanders in the surroundings discussed fervently. The monarch, who was sitting at the top, looked calm as he drank his wine. No one knew what he was thinking. Here's the guard token. Lu Ming took out the guard token and threw it to Yang. Commander Rama, Lu Ming is no longer my guard. If there's anything, feel free to look for him. Commander Yang looked at Commander Rama with a flattering expression. Hee, this commander is really useless. That foreign race royal laughed disdainfully. Yang's expression turned ugly, but he did not dare to refute. The other party was Rama's guard. Offending him was equivalent to offending Rama. It's all because of Lu Ming. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Yang looked coldly at Lu Ming, killing intent flashing in his eyes. This time, he had expelled Lu Ming from the ranks of the guards in front of everyone. Not only did he lose one person on his side, but he was also afraid that the king would not have a good impression of him. This time, it was impossible for him to raise his ranking. He was afraid that his ranking would fall and he would be suppressed by the commander of the border city. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. You still want to kill me? Lu Ming could naturally feel the killing intent from Yang. Lu Ming's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Monarch, I would like to challenge Lu Ming to settle our personal grudge. I seek your permission. That foreign race royal cupped his fists and said to the monarch. Sure, the monarch said indifferently. He did not take it to heart, since it was just a few guards of the commanders. Swoosh! The foreign race royal leaped onto the battle ring and looked at Lu Ming. He said, Lu Ming, come up and fight me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He moved his body and leaped onto the fighting ring. Even if his opponent did not challenge him, he would find an opportunity to do so. He would kill any foreign race member that he saw. Every time he killed a foreign race member, the strength of the foreign race would decrease. Boom! The foreign race royal unleashed a powerful aura. This is second-level void transformation. What a powerful aura. What terrifying strength. He's just a guard of Commander Rama, but he's actually at the second-level void transformation. The other commanders exclaimed. Second-level void transformation was equivalent to a 2-star heavenly emperor. Some of the other commanders were only at the first-level void transformation, while some were at the second-level void transformation. On the other hand, Commander Rama's guard was at the second-level void transformation. The gap between them was too big. A cold smile appeared on Rama's face. This was his trump card. This time, he wanted to defeat Commander Yu Zhan and obtain the first place. Kill. Destruction, sword formation. The royal member of the foreign tribe shouted coldly. Beams of destructive light burst forth from his third eye, transforming into many combat swords. They formed a sword array and charged toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he threw out dozens of punches. This time, Lu Ming did not use his Tao of Ruler. Instead, he used his physical strength. Boom! Boom! Dozens of explosions sounded. Lu Ming blasted his opponent's sword formation away, but he was forced to retreat as well. He blocked it. The other commanders were shocked. Lu Ming had blocked his opponent's attack. This was enough to prove that Lu Ming was also at the Heavenly Emperor's stage. That Yang actually has a guard at the transformation void stage. The border city commander's eyes darkened. Damn it, Yang roared. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more uncomfortable he felt. He could not help but think how good it would be if Lu Ming did not offend Rama's guard. Then, he would be ranked higher. The king of Fengming's interest was piqued. Chapter 2473. Kill. The foreign tribe royal roared as his third eye shone even brighter. Rays of light shot out and condensed into more and more battle swords that charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, a violet battle sword appeared in his hand. He became one with the sword and transformed into a violet streak of light that charged toward Lu Ming. He unleashed his full strength to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. It seems like I'm not a match for a 2-star heavenly emperor with just my physical strength, Lu Ming thought before he clenched his fist. The purplish gold, sovereign energy gathered and transformed into a long spear. Whoosh! Lu Ming swept his long spear in all directions, and the sword rays that were slashing toward him disintegrated. Clang! Lu Ming's long spear collided with the sword gleam of the foreign tribe royal, erupting with a shocking boom. The foreign tribe royal's body trembled violently as shock filled his eyes. His body was sent flying by Lu Ming's attack. Whoosh! Lu Ming charged forward with his spear like a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast. Poof! The foreign tribe royal could not dodge at all. Lu Ming's spear pierced through his forehead, piercing through his head. A 2-star heavenly emperor from the foreign tribe royal was dead. Boom! Yang suddenly stood up from his seat. His face was filled with shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong that he could kill a 2nd-level void transformation powerhouse. After all, he was only at the 2nd-level void transformation. The others were also shocked. Haha, someone actually expelled such an expert from the ranks of the guards. Looks like someone is very confident. The border city commander sneered. Commander Yang's expression was ugly. At this moment, there was a trace of regret in his heart. If he had known earlier that Lu Ming was so strong, he would have reconsidered. With a helper like Lu Ming, his ranking as a commander this time would definitely be higher. Even if he offended Commander Luo Mo, he could still accept it. However, there was no use in regretting now. Damn it, Commander Luo Mo was furious. His killing intent soared to the sky. Lu Ming had actually killed a foreign tribe royal and caused him to lose a general. This would have a huge impact on his attempt to become number 1. Haha, Luo Mo, looks like your subordinate challenged someone he shouldn't have. Commander Yu Zhan laughed. Among these people, he was the happiest. Among the 13 commanders, only Commander Luo Mo was a threat to him. Now that Commander Luo Mo had lost a strong helper, of course. Luo Mo, Commander Luo Mo, Commander Luo Mo, Luo Mo. Luo Mo's eyes, Luo Mo. After Lu Ming killed the foreign clan royal, he reached out and sucked the other party's storage bracelet away. He did not leave the fighting ring immediately. Instead, he cast a cold glance at Commander Yang before he turned around and cupped his fists at the king. King, Lu Ming would like to ask if I can challenge a commander now. Lu Ming's words shocked some commanders. Lu Ming wants to challenge a commander? Is he going to ascend to the position of a commander? This was especially true for Commander Yang. His heart was greatly shaken, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He was afraid that Lu Ming would challenge him. Presumptuous! Who do you think you are? You're not even a guard of a commander. How dare you challenge a commander? This is the commander's meeting. Get out of my sight. Commander Yang stood up and reprimanded. If I remember correctly, anyone can challenge a commander according to the rules of Fengming country. As long as one defeats and kills the commander, one can take over the commander's position. Am I wrong? Lu Ming glanced at Commander Yang and sneered. Ha, of course. The monarch of Fengming laughed. He was naturally happy to see his subordinates challenge each other. This way, the strong would replace the weak and the strength of Fengming country would grow. Which commander do you want to challenge? The monarch of Fengming asked. Of the 13 commanders present, many of them began to feel nervous. "I want to challenge Commander Yi Yang." Lu Ming stretched out his hand and pointed at Yi Yang. Yi Yang's face turned ghastly pale. Fear could be seen in his eyes. He could not figure out Lu Ming's combat strength at all. He had just killed a second-level void transformation powerhouse. He was confident that his strength was stronger than the foreign clan's royal, but not by much. He was not confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Damn it! Damn it! Commander Yi Yang roared in his heart. He was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have accepted Lu Ming as his guard. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. He did not even think about why Lu Ming would challenge him. He felt that everything he did was right. "Yang, why aren't you accepting the challenge? Are you afraid of your own guard?" The border city commander sneered. Commander Yi Yang's face flushed red. In the end, he felt helpless. He had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive in Fengming country. Swoosh! He leaped onto the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming coldly. He held a battle sword in each of his hands. The two battle swords emitted a black glow. All of a sudden, Commander Yi Yang struck first. He had the upper hand by striking first. His two combat swords transformed into two sinister and cold vipers that charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the lower half of his body, the snake tail, also pierced toward Lu Ming like a sharp, long sword. When they worked together, it was impossible to guard against them. However, Lu Ming did not need to guard against them at all. He only needed to attack. Whoosh! The long spear vibrated as Lu Ming swept it out. The purplish-gold long spear expanded to a few thousand meters long as it swept out. It crushed toward Commander Yi Yang. No matter how tricky Yi Yang's attack was useless. He could only face such a brutal attack head-on. The battle, swords in his hands, slashed out continuously. In an instant, he had slashed out more than 1,000 times. They landed on the long spear that Lu Ming had condensed with the power of the sovereign. Even so, Commander Yang was still sent flying by the terrifying power of the long spear. His face turned pale. Bam! Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage and leaped high. He held the long spear with both hands and slammed it down on Yi Yang with the force of Mount Tai. A huge spear light came crashing down like a mountain range. Commander Yi Yang roared and used all his strength. His body was covered by a layer of green light. In the next moment, he turned into a huge python and soared into the sky. Boom! The long spear collided heavily with the python. The python screamed and fell off the battle stage, revealing Yi Yang's appearance. At this moment, his aura was weak, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. He looked terrified. Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with the spear and turned into a spear light that charged toward Yang. No, I admit defeat, Commander Yi Yang shrieked, his face filled with terror. However, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop at all. It pierced through Commander Yi Yang directly. You! Commander Yi Yang's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ming in horror. Then he stopped breathing. Chapter 2474. Yi Yang was dead. Some of the commanders heaved a sigh of relief. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with solemnity. To be able to kill Yi Yang, his combat strength had already surpassed most of the commanders. Only some of the higher-ranked commanders could do so. Commander Rama's eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything. Among the crowd, Bin Bu and Liao Min were the most shocked. So strong? He's so strong? How could this be? Bin Bu muttered. His eyes were filled with shock. When he recalled that he had offended Lu Ming previously, he couldn't help but shudder. Lu Ming could even kill Commander Yi Yang. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Bin Bu. All right, Lu Ming. Since you've killed Yi Yang, you'll take over his position. You'll be ranked 9th for now. Later, you'll be able to participate in the challenge of the Commander Conference. King Fengming announced. Thank you, King Fengming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked King Fengming before returning to the spectator stand. Greetings, Lord Commander. When Lu Ming returned to the spectator stand, Liao Min bowed respectfully. Now that Lu Ming had taken over Yi Yang's position and became the commander, he had become their immediate superior. Liao Min sighed. Not long ago, Lu Ming was just a guard like them. But now, he had become the commander and replaced Yi Yang's position. This was the world of cultivation. The strong were respected. As long as one had the strength, all reputation and status would be at their fingertips. Greetings, Lord Commander. Beside him, Blue also hurriedly bowed. His head was deeply lowered in a respectful manner. Lu Ming swept an indifferent glance at Blue. Blue's body trembled, and he broke out in a cold sweat. No need for formalities. Have a seat. Lu Ming waved his hand. Then he sat down. Next, the challenge continued. It was still the commander of Border City who issued the challenge. Originally, Border City's commander wanted to challenge Yi Yang, but now that Yi Yang was dead, the commander became Lu Ming. He had also seen Lu Ming's battle prowess. He understood that he was no match for Lu Ming. Therefore, he decided to skip Lu Ming and challenge the 8th rank commander. The result was naturally defeat. Next, it was Lu Ming's turn to challenge. I give up, Lu Ming shouted. Since he had already obtained the position of commander, Lu Ming did not plan on continuing to challenge. Going too far was as bad as falling short. He understood this principle. Using his position as a commander, he could already do a lot of things for him. Lu Ming's decision to give up the challenge made some commanders happy, especially those who were ranked ahead of him. The challenge continued. There wasn't much suspense in the following challenges. 100 years was too short for experts like them. Their strength wouldn't change too much. Soon, it was Rama's turn to start his challenge. Will he challenge Lu Ming first? Let's see how you're going to fight me. Rama laughed maniacally. He was filled with confidence. He was confident that he could defeat Yuzhan not only because of the foreign tribe's royal family, but also because of his own strength. During these 100 years, his cultivation base had finally broken through again. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 4th level void transformation stage. His combat strength had already surpassed Yuzhan's. The other commanders were shocked as well. This time, the ranking of the commanders would most likely change. Yuzhan, you'll be defeated. Commander Rama continued to attack Commander Yuzhan. Don't even think about it. Commander Yuzhan shouted angrily. Both of them began to fight fiercely again. However, although Commander Rama's strength was slightly stronger, it was not by much. With Yuzhan's desperate resistance, it was not easy for Commander Rama to win. Both of them exchanged more than 200 blows. In the end, Commander Yuzhan was no match for Commander Rama and was defeated. Commander Yuzhan returned to the spectator stand with a grim expression on his face. He circulated his cultivation base to heal his injuries. All right, the commander's meeting this time has come to an end. Next, I'll announce the ranking of the commanders for the next 100 years. The king of Fengming said. Everyone was shocked. The new ranking was about to be announced. It would affect the division of benefits in the future. First place, Rama. The king of Fengming announced the first place. It's really Rama. Many people were shocked. This time, although Rama had one less guard, his strength was still incomparably strong. None of the 13 commanders could defeat him. Since he had defeated Commander Yuzhan personally, it was normal for him to be ranked first. Chapter 2475. Second place, Yuzhan. Third place, Xiaoqing. Ninth place, Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming announced the rankings of all the commanders. The rankings didn't change much. The only thing that changed was Rama, Yuzhan, and Lu Ming killing Yi Yang and taking his place. All right, the commander's assembly is over. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. King Fengming smiled. Then, he ordered people to serve all kinds of delicacies. The crowd only dispersed on the second day. Lu Ming brought Bin Bu and Liao Min back to the governor's residence. Along the way, Bin Bu was trembling with fear. He was afraid that Lu Ming would find trouble with him. This subordinate pays his respects to the commander. The moment they returned to the governor's residence, they saw the other guards leading the people of the governor's residence to respectfully welcome Lu Ming. Clearly, they had received news that Yong had died in Lu Ming's hands and that Lu Ming had inherited the governor's position. Everyone, there's no need to be overly courteous. In the future, I still have to rely on all of you to do things for me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. We're willing to die for the Lord Commander. Bin Bu was the first to arrive. We're willing to die for the Lord Commander. The others also shouted loudly. Good. During this period, we'll stay in the imperial capital. You guys go and help me do something. Send people to search for those people with 3 eyes. Lu Ming took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman shone and many pictures appeared in the air. These pictures were the appearances of the different races of the foreign races. After you find these people, don't alert them. Come back and report to me. Lu Ming instructed. Yes. Everyone bowed and Lu Ming dismissed them. Lu Ming chose a room. After entering the room, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This storage ring belonged to Commander Yong. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He wondered how many resources were in Yang's storage ring. Lu Ming extended his spiritual awareness and started to count. Not long after, Lu Ming smiled. 3 million godstones. In Yang's storage ring, there were 3 million divine stones, which was equivalent to 300 billion pieces of supreme-grade origin stones. Lu Ming was overjoyed. These resources were enough for him to break through to the 4-star Great Monarch realm, or even a 5-star Great Monarch realm. However, there were no Heavenly Dao soldiers in Yang's storage ring. There were only Great Emperor weapons. It would appear that weapons on par with Heavenly Dao armaments were relatively precious, even in the Yellow Springs Mountain. However, Lu Ming was already quite satisfied. Next, Lu Ming only needed to send people to find the outsiders. If they could kill them, Lu Ming would directly kill them. However, it would be more troublesome to find the creatures of the Heaven Realm. The living beings of the Celestial Realm and the living beings of the Yellow Springs Mountain were relatively similar. Unless he met them face to face, he could sense the aura of the Celestial Realm on them. It would be difficult for others to find them. Also, Lu Ming had to find out about the Cursed Land in Fengming Nation's capital and find an opportunity to enter it. However, these things could not be rushed. He had to take it one step at a time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out. However, after Lu Ming walked around for a while, he felt that something was strange. There were fewer people in the governor's residence. At this moment, a figure flashed, and Liao Min appeared not far away. Greetings, Governor. Liao Min bowed, but her expression was somewhat ugly. Liao Min, what's wrong? Why do I feel that there are fewer people in the governor's residence? Lu Ming asked. Governor, something happened. Liao Min said with an ugly expression. Oh, what happened? Lu Ming asked with a calm expression. Some time ago, Commander Rama released the news that you killed his capable guard. He won't let you off so easily. Sooner or later, he will eliminate you, Liao Min said. And then, Lu Ming's expression was still as calm as ever. No one could tell what he was thinking. After that, Rama continued to say that this matter is your fault and it has nothing to do with the others in the governor's residence. As long as the others submit to him, he will let bygones be bygones and entrust them with heavy responsibilities. Liao Min replied. And then, those people all ran to Rama's side? Lu Ming smiled. However, in the depths of his eyes, traces of cold light flashed. Yes, that Benbu was the first to submit to Rama. During this period of time, he has been inciting others to submit to Rama. Now, out of the 18 guards, 10 of them have submitted to Rama. Liao Min gritted her teeth and said, Rama, Lu Ming sneered. He didn't want to go overboard, but some people insisted on forcing him. At this moment, a commotion could be heard outside the governor's residence. Lu Ming extended his spiritual awareness and saw a group of people surrounding the entrance. The few people in the lead were Bin Bu. In addition, there were a few other people who were Rama's guards. Lu Ming's subordinates and a few other guards blocked them outside the door. You people are still stubborn. Are you courting death by following that Lu Ming? Binbu glanced at the few guards and sneered. The guards had ugly expressions on their faces, and they were hesitant. Now, as the leader of the 13 governors, Commander Rama controls a large number of troops and is very powerful. Lu Ming can't be compared to him at all. Lu Ming has offended Commander Rama and will die sooner or later. If you continue to follow him, you will only be courting death. A wise man submits to circumstances. You better submit to Commander Rama as soon as possible. Binbu continued. Binbu, you traitor! Liao Min couldn't take it anymore. She rushed out and berated. Traitor? What a joke. That Lu Ming is about to die. Why should I follow him to his death? Liao Min, you better submit to Lord Rama quickly. I can put in a few good words for you and get you a job. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. Binbu sneered. His eyes scanned Liao Min from head to toe, emitting a fiery glow. Liao Min was furious. Her face was flushed red. I'll give you one last chance. You only have 3 days. If you don't submit to Lord Rama after 3 days, you could die together with Lu Ming. Binbu said coldly. Is that so? I'd like to see what you're capable of. A cold voice was heard. Lu Ming's figure stepped out. Lu Ming. Binbu's gaze froze when he saw Lu Ming. He subconsciously took a few steps back with fear in his eyes. But in the next moment, he thought of something. His courage was boosted and he stopped. Binbu, I've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Lu Ming said coldly. His body was emitting a cold, killing intent. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I'm Lord Rama's bodyguard now. How dare you touch me? You're courting death. Binbu shouted. Haven't I already killed one of Rama's bodyguards? Lu Ming sneered. Binbu's expression changed drastically. Lu Ming, Lord Rama has spoken. If you apologize to him now, submit to him and work for him, he might consider sparing you. Beside Binbu, one of Rama's bodyguards said. Chapter 2476. Asking me to do something for him. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. You guys, go back and tell him that I'm Lu Ming. I'll give him 3 days. Within 3 days, he has to kneel down and apologize to me. After that, he will submit to me and work for me. Otherwise, I'll kill my way to his governor's residence and take his life. What? Lu Ming's words stunned everyone. Rama was asking Lu Ming to submit to him and work for him. Now, Lu Ming actually asked Rama to kneel down and apologize to him. After that, he would work for Lu Ming. This contrast caused everyone to be stunned. They even thought that they had misheard. What did you say? One of Rama's guards pointed at Lu Ming while trembling. He thought he was dreaming. Go back and pass on the message. Scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming, you're being stubborn. You're courting death. Liao Min, did you see that? Lu Ming is arrogant and stubborn. He's courting death and wants to drag you down with him. If you don't surrender, I'll put in a good word for you in front of Governor Rama. Binbu shouted. Do you want to surrender? Lu Ming looked at Liao Min. Liao Min clenched her teeth and cupped her fists. I'm willing to die for the governor. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the remaining guards. The guard expressions changed. Then they clenched their teeth and said, I'm willing to die for the governor. Great. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. You guys are being stubborn. You're courting death. Binbu shouted. Impatient. Lu Ming said coldly. Suddenly, he moved and appeared in front of Binbu. Then, he pointed his finger. Puff! A burst of energy shot out, directly piercing through Binbu's dantian. Binbu's eyes widened. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Then he screamed crazily. Ah! You crippled my cultivation. You crippled my cultivation. He screamed crazily. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would dare to attack him after he became Rama's guard. His heart was filled with despair. Although the people of Yellow Spring Mountain cultivated differently from the Heaven Domain, they had one thing in common. That was the dantian. Was the dantian. Lu Ming shouted coldly and flung Binbu out. The others were extremely frightened and hurriedly took blue and retreated quickly. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He turned and returned to the governor's residence. The capital was shaken. It had only been a few days since the commander's conference. Many governors hadn't returned to their respective territories. They were all alarmed and were looking forward to the next development. Rama's angry roar could be heard from Rama's governor's residence. Lu Ming, how dare you? You're courting death. Let's see how you're going to kill me in 3 days. Rama roared. His cold, killing intent shrouded the entire governor's residence. Countless experts in the capital were paying close attention to this. For a moment, the atmosphere in the capital was extremely tense. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Let's go. Follow me to Rama's residence. Lu Ming strode out of the governor's residence and headed to Rama's residence. Liao Min and a few other guards gritted their teeth and followed Lu Ming. They were taking a gamble. In the past few days, they realized that Lu Ming was too relaxed. He didn't do it on purpose. He was really relaxed. If he wasn't confident, how could he be so relaxed? Hence, they were taking a gamble. They were betting that Lu Ming was confident in dealing with Rama. If they were right, they would definitely soar. Lu Ming is heading out. The moment Lu Ming came out, the capital was in an uproar. Countless people followed Lu Ming and headed to Rama's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at Rama's residence. Rama's governor's manor had already been heavily guarded. Inside and outside, it was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Stop right there. Someone stopped Lu Ming outside Rama's residence. Get lost, Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward and a terrifying aura burst out. It formed a wave of energy that rushed forward. Boom! Those guards at the gate were sent flying by the energy wave. Lu Ming walked in with big strides. Inside the gate was a spacious courtyard. It was filled with people. At the highest point, Rama was sitting on a wooden armchair. On both sides of him were elite guards. Lu Ming looked around and realized that Bin Bu was there too. He was looking at Lu Ming with hatred. Lu Ming, are you here to apologize to me? Rama sneered. Deep in his eyes, there was a flash of killing intent. I'm here to take your head, Lu Ming said coldly. How dare you? You're courting death. How dare you be rude to Rama? Lu Omo's guards shouted loudly. However, when Lu Ming looked at them coldly, their faces changed and they broke out in cold sweat. Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths, submit to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Lu Ming scanned the surroundings, looking as if he did not take Rama seriously at all. Ha ha! Rama was so angry that he laughed. He stood up from the wooden armchair, and a violent aura spread out. Everyone felt pressured. Rama had reached the limit of the 3rd-level void transformation. In Fengming Kingdom, no one was a match for him other than the king. He's about to make his move. Outside the governor's estate, the other commanders and other elites were watching. Their hearts trembled. Kill! Kill him! Bin Bu roared in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead, Rama said coldly. As soon as his words left his mouth, he charged toward Lu Ming. Swoosh! A snow-white saber appeared in Rama's hand. It was extremely sharp as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist and formed a long spear with his sovereign Dao. He swept the spear out. Clang! Both of their attacks collided. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. Retreat! The people in the surroundings retreated frantically. They were afraid they would be swept in. There was a loud explosion. Lu Ming and Rama both took a few steps back. They're evenly matched. How's that possible? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming was actually evenly matched with Rama. They finally knew why Lu Ming dared to come here. It turned out that he had the ability to do so. Kill! 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 Luo Mo roared. He unleashed his combat power to the maximum and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and charged over as well. Lu Ming did not unleash his physical strength. He only used his sovereign Dao to fight. Chapter 2477. The curved saber in Luo Mo's hand slashed out continuously. His saber technique was ruthless and fierce. The angle of his attacks was tricky as he aimed for Lu Ming's vital points. However, Lu Ming's long spear shook and transformed into numerous spear rays that blocked everyone's saber rays. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged a few dozen blows. The two of them fought from the courtyard of the governor's estate to the sky. Energy overflowed and swept out in all directions like a storm. However, Luo Mo's figure kept retreating amidst the overflowing energy. Every time he collided with Lu Ming's long spear, he had to take a step back. After a few dozen blows, he had already taken a few dozen steps back. Damn it, how is this possible? How can his combat strength be so strong? Luo Mo roared in his heart. With his cultivation base at the peak of the third level of the void transformation stage, only the king of Fengming could suppress him in the Fengming kingdom. Right now, Lu Ming, whose cultivation base did not seem high, actually had a stronger combat strength than him. Impossible! In the crowd, Lin Bu roared in his heart. His face was completely distorted. His cultivation base was crippled by Lu Ming. He hoped that Luo Mo could defeat Lu Ming and even cripple Lu Ming's cultivation base, so that Lu Ming would suffer a fate worse than death. Unfortunately, his wish was destined not to come true. Liao Min and the others were overjoyed. They knew they had made the right bet. Lu Ming was completely capable of dealing with Luo Mo. They were fearless. Kill him! Kill him! In the sky, Luo Mo roared as he exerted his strength to the limit. His body was even enveloped in a layer of blood-red mist. The curved saber in his hand was also covered in a layer of blood-red light. Its power instantly increased by a level. He was actually able to fight evenly with Lu Ming. The living beings in the Yellow Springs Mountain are stronger than those from the Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm when fighting at the same level. Lu Ming's heart jolted. He was slightly surprised. In the outside world, with Lu Ming's battle prowess, just by relying on his Tao of Sovereign, he could probably kill a 3-star Heavenly Emperor, unless his opponent's talent was shockingly high. But now, with just his Tao of Domination, he could barely gain an advantage over Rama. The living beings of Yellow Springs Mountain cultivated extremely condensed power. Furthermore, the battle skills they cultivated were extremely powerful when used together with that kind of power. In this aspect, he was rather similar to Xianxia. However, Xianxia was stronger. Rama, is this all you've got? Let's end this. Lu Ming said coldly. Wang. At this moment, all the muscles and bones in his body started to tremble violently. At the same time, the long spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the great desolate spear. Lu Ming used his physical strength, the heavenly Tao weapon, and the great desolate spear. The two boosts caused Lu Ming's battle prowess to skyrocket. Boom! The great desolation spear swept forward and collided with Rama's saber, resulting in a shocking explosion. Wang. The saber in Rama's hand vibrated continuously, and the terrifying power sent Rama flying. His arm was almost broken, and the blood in his body was in turmoil. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Your weapon? Rama was shocked. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming did not give Rama any chance to catch his breath. The great desolate spear continued to thrust forward. Rays of spear light that were 1,000 miles long pierced through space and stabbed towards Rama. Luo Mo was shocked. He tried his best to block the attacks, but he could not block them at all. Every time he blocked a spear gleam, he would be sent flying. After blocking more than 10 spear gleams, there was finally an opening. Lu Ming pierced his chest with a spear, and there was a big hole that penetrated the front and back of his body. Rama spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the destructive power, half of his body had exploded. He was severely injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. Lu Ming stepped on the air and swung the great desolate spear. No, no, I'm willing to surrender, Rama shouted in horror. He knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. If he did not surrender, he would die. I've given you a chance previously. It's a pity that you did not cherish it. Lu Ming said coldly. He would not give Rama another chance. He wanted to establish his dominance with this battle. The long spear carried a terrifying power and crushed through. Rama's combat strength was greatly reduced, and he could not avoid it. He could only block with his saber. Dong! The great desolate spear swept across his scimitar. Along with the scimitar, it heavily smashed into his body. He was like a broken sack as he was sent flying. While he was flying, his body exploded into several pieces. Kill! Lu Ming thrust his spear across the air. A ray of spear light pierced through the void and destroyed Rama's soul. Then, a force swept across and kept Rama's storage ring in his hand. Rama was dead. The scene was silent. Everyone knew that with Rama's death, the ranking of the remaining commanders would definitely undergo an earth-shaking change. Plop! Among the crowd, Blue's body went limp and he fell to the ground. His face was filled with despair. Lu Ming glanced at Blue coldly, but did not kill him. He was a cripple. Leave him to fend for himself. Commander is mighty. Commander is invincible, Liao Min shouted excitedly. Then, the other guards who did not betray Lu Ming also shouted excitedly. They knew that they had made the right bet and were naturally excited. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Rama's subordinates and guards. When Lu Ming's gaze swept across them, those guards and subordinates trembled and broke out in cold sweat. If any of you want to take revenge for Rama, feel free to do so. I'll take all of you on, Lu Ming said coldly. Those people's faces were covered in cold sweat. Commander is invincible. We're willing to serve you. Immediately, a few people rushed out and bowed respectfully to Lu Ming. The few of you still have the face to serve the commander. You're really shameless, Liao Min berated. These people were originally Lu Ming's guards and had submitted to Rama previously. Hey! Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Liao Min. He smiled and said, I'm magnanimous. As long as you come back and work hard for me, I'll let bygones be bygones. To Lu Ming, Yellow Springs Mountain was just a passerby. He would not stay here for long. His main goal now was to make use of the power of this place to search for the other tribes and find out about the cursed lands to obtain fortuitous encounters. Therefore, he did not care if they would betray him or what kind of character they had. It was fine as long as he could use them. He had already crippled Blue and killed Rama. It was enough to make an example out of them. Thank you, Lord Commander. Those people were overjoyed. The same goes for all of you. If you submit to me now and work hard for me, I'll let bygones be bygones too. Lu Ming looked at Rama's subordinates. Those people exchanged glances and then bowed to Lu Ming in unison. They said loudly, We're willing to serve the commander. We're willing to serve the commander. Instantly, all of Rama's subordinates bowed to Lu Ming, expressing their allegiance. Chapter 2478. It was obvious that the monarch of Fengming had been paying attention to this matter. As soon as Lu Ming won, the monarch of Fengming immediately sent someone to appoint Lu Ming as the first commander to rope in Lu Ming. Thank you, monarch. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Congratulations, Commander Lu. Congratulations. The other commanders also came forward to congratulate Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded in response. Not long after, the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming officially took charge of Rama's governor's residence, as well as Rama's army and territory. 2 days later, Lu Ming began to send people to investigate the foreign tribes in Fengming. He also sent people to look for clues about the cursed lands. There were many cursed lands in Yellow Springs Mountain that the living beings of Yellow Springs Mountain could not enter. In Fengming, there was a cursed land that was heavily guarded by the monarch of Fengming. After more than 10 days, there was finally news that there were traces of foreign tribes in the north of Fengming. According to the report, there were a total of 3 foreign tribes. Their cultivation levels were unknown, but they did not disturb them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he set off. There was no reason to let the foreign tribes go. Lu Ming charged over. In a valley, the 3 foreign tribes were discussing how to enter Fengming's capital and find a chance to enter the cursed lands. However, the 3 foreign tribes were not particularly strong. Two of them were one-star heavenly emperors, while the other was a great emperor. Lu Ming sensed the other party's cultivation level and attacked without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming charged into the sky and stabbed out 3 spear lights. There was no suspense at all as the 3 foreign tribes were killed. He then took away the other party's storage ring and burned the alien race's corpse to ashes before leaving the place. After that, there were no more traces of the outsiders in Fengming. The Yellow Springs Mountain was huge, and Fengming country was only a small part of it. This time, there were not many people from Fengming country, only a few thousand of them. They were spread out, and naturally, there were not many people from Fengming country. Lu Ming put more effort into the Cursed Lands. Lu Ming thought about how to find an opportunity to sneak into the Cursed Land. At this time, Heavenly Monarch Fengming sent someone to summon Lu Ming. In the palace, Monarch Fengming was sitting on the throne in a large hall. Lu Ming walked into the main hall, cupped his fists, and said, "Lu Ming greets the monarch. Commander Lu, please have a seat." Monarch Fengming waved his hand with a mysterious smile on his face. Lu Ming sat down at the side. "I wonder why the monarch has summoned Lu Ming?" Lu Ming asked. Monarch Fengming smiled faintly. He pondered for a while and suddenly said, "Lu Ming, if I'm not mistaken, you're not from the Yellow Springs world, right?" Lu Ming was shocked, but his face remained calm. He said, "You must be joking, Monarch. If I'm not from the Yellow Springs world, where would I be from?" "From beyond the heavens." The Monarch of Fengming opened his mouth. His eyes became brighter as he said, "There are records in the ancient books of Fengming country. Many years ago, there were people from beyond the heavens who came here. These people were not afraid of the cursed land of Yellow Spring Mountain. They could come and go as they pleased. As for you, I can't find any information about you. It's as if you appeared out of thin air. Furthermore, after you became the commander, you immediately sent people to investigate some strange people. Most importantly, you've been investigating information about the cursed lands during this period of time. No one from the Yellow Springs world is interested in the Cursed Lands because people from the Yellow Springs world can't enter the Cursed Lands. Only people from beyond the heavens would be interested in the Cursed Lands. Am I right?" Monarch Fengming stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Lu Ming pondered for a while and said, "That's right. I'm from beyond the heavens." Since the Monarch Fengming country was already suspicious, there was nothing to hide. He might as well say it out and negotiate with the Monarch Fengming country. "You're really from beyond the heavens." Monarch Fengming's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, I didn't expect it. The records in the ancient records are true. I always thought it was just a legend." After a while, Monarch Fengming calmed down. "Lu Ming, you want to enter the Cursed Lands, right?" Monarch Fengming asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded and told the Monarch Fengming country the truth. Legend has it that the Cursed Lands were left behind by the oldest ancestor of the Yellow Springs world. Both of you have a great opportunity. Lu Ming, let's work together. I'll let you enter the Cursed Lands, and we'll split the treasures in half. How about that? Monarch Fengming said. That's right, half. If I don't let you enter the Cursed Lands, you won't be able to. You have to understand this. Monarch Fengming said as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Monarch Fengming was a 4th-level void transformation stage powerhouse. He was equivalent to a 4-star heavenly emperor. All right, Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. It was a win-win situation. Lu Ming did not want to fall out with Monarch Fengming country. All right, Commander Lu, you can return first. I'll inform you in a few days. Monarch Fengming country smiled. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. Lu Ming returned to the governor's estate. He cultivated as he waited. He was looking forward to the Cursed Lands. However, it would depend on luck if he could gain anything after entering the Cursed Lands. This was because there were people who had entered the Yellow Springs world before the 10,000 tribulations. However, it was too long before the 10,000 tribulations. The Heaven Realm was probably still in the earliest primordial era. There were not many powerhouses at that time, and there were not many living beings who entered the Yellow Springs world. Perhaps There were many cursed lands that had not been explored. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this time, Liao Min had something important to report to Lu Ming. Commander, there are more than 10 people outside. They say they're from your hometown and want to see you. Liao Min said. Hometown. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. We're his hometown, not from the heaven realm. Let them in quickly, Lu Ming ordered. Yes. Liao Min nodded and retreated. After a while, he led more than 10 people in. Senior 6 saints. Seeing one of them, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he went forward to greet him. These people were from the heaven realm. Lu Ming recognized one of them. He was the heavenly venerate 6 saints who guarded the 2-world city. He was a 4-star heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. Back then, he had met Lu Ming a few times. Other than the heavenly venerate 6 saints, Lu Ming did not recognize the other people. Judging from their cultivation, there were heavenly emperors and great emperors. Among them, the heavenly venerate 6 saints had the highest cultivation. Liao Min, all of you are dismissed. Lu Ming ordered Liao Min and the others to leave. After Liao Min and the others left, only Lu Ming and the heavenly venerate 6 saints were left in the main hall. Senior, are you near Foming country? Lu Ming asked. No, we came specially to look for you. Heavenly venerate 6 saints said. After saying that, he sighed and said, Lu Ming, I'm afraid Foming country is not safe now. What happened? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The 4 tribes have gained the trust of the Dragonman Empire and control the powerful strength of the Dragonman Empire. Chapter 2479 WW XX by Chapter 2480 An outsider? It's someone from the outer world. The king of Fengming's heart jolted as he understood. There must be someone from the outer world who was valued by the important figures of the Dragonman Empire or working with them to enter the cursed land to obtain the treasures inside. Just like the cooperation between him and Lu Ming. Emissaries, I'm afraid you're a step too late. Someone has already entered the cursed land. The king of Fengming explained. Someone has entered? Who is it? What does he look like? A purple-haired member of the Evil God tribe asked. He was a royal member of the Evil God tribe. In fact, the number of foreign tribes who entered the Yellow Spring Mountain this time was quite large. That person's name is Lu Ming. The king of Fengming described Lu Ming's name and appearance. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Oh, it's Lu Ming. Very good. The divine ancestor has ordered us to kill Lu Ming without mercy if we see him. The few foreign tribes spoke one after another. Their eyes gleamed coldly. You, bring us to the cursed land. Otherwise, Fengming Kingdom will be annihilated. One of the members of the Evil God tribe said. Yes, yes. I'll bring you there now. Don't worry. The king of Fengming quickly nodded. He had no choice. The emissaries were sent by the Dragonman Empire. He did not dare to disobey them. The Dragonman Empire had powerhouses at the peak of the Void Transformation stage. As for those at the 4th level Void Transformation stage and above, there were many of them. He was the only 4th level Void Transformation stage powerhouse in Fengming Kingdom. If he disobeyed the Dragonman Empire, he would die. Lu Ming, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame your bad luck for offending someone you shouldn't have. The king of Fengming said ferociously. Then, he led the emissaries of the other nations and the elites of the Evil God tribe to the cursed land. Soon after, they arrived outside the cursed land. Is there any danger in the cursed land? The royal member of the Evil God tribe asked. I don't know about that. The king of Fengming shook his head. He was not sure about this, as there was no record of it in the ancient records. Generally speaking, cursed lands are dangerous. I suggest that we stand guard outside and let Lu Ming take the risk and open up a path for us. It would be best if he dies in there. If he doesn't and comes out with some good fortune, it'll be all for us. What do you think? A member of the Evil God race asked. Good, this is very good. That Lu Ming obtained some opportunities and came out in high spirits. I wonder what kind of expression he will have when he discovers the Oriole behind him. Ha ha. Several members of the evil god tribe laughed heartily. Everyone, besides Lu Ming, there's some other people, and one of them is an expert at the 4th level of the void transformation stage. Why don't we do this? Monarch Fengming rolled his eyes and suggested scheme. Good, ha ha ha. After the evil god race member heard this, he laughed heartily. Lu Ming was completely oblivious to what was happening in the outside world. He was fully focused on comprehending the Tao of the sovereign realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Lu Ming felt that he had benefited greatly. Comprehending the Tao of the sovereign realm here for half a month was comparable to fumbling around outside for a few years. I'll go tell Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others that I'll probably need some more time to comprehend it. Lu Ming pondered. Although he did not obtain anything here, Lu Ming felt that there was nothing more useful than this statue. This was his fortuitous encounter. Lu Ming returned to the edge of the formation and found that Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others were still there. Lu Ming told them about the situation inside. Lu Ming, go ahead and cultivate. I'll wait for you here. While you're at it, go look around and search the other places. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints said. They hadn't finished searching this cursed land yet. While Lu Ming was in closed-door cultivation, they could do a thorough search. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming nodded and returned to the statue to continue comprehending the Tao of the sovereign realm. Time passed quickly, and 3 months went by. Lu Ming's comprehension of the Tao of the sovereign realm had improved tremendously. Lu Ming felt that as long as he had enough resources, he would be able to break through and become a 4-star martial monarch. Lu Ming planned to find a place to break through after leaving this place. Unfortunately, the will of the sovereign realm in this statue is limited. I've already comprehended most of it, Lu Ming exclaimed. He felt that even if he continued to comprehend the Tao of the sovereign realm, he would not be able to improve much. Crack! Right at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the statue. The crack was thin at first, but it quickly grew longer and bigger. In the end, the cracks covered the statue like a spiderweb. Bang! In the end, the entire statue exploded and turned into ashes. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? Would the statue collapse if he comprehended all the will of the sovereign realm in the statue? This was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, Lu Ming could not figure it out. That's... When the statue exploded, a strong aroma filled the air. Lu Ming discovered that there was a pit under the statue, and there was a plant in the pit. The plant was bare and had no leaves. There was only a trunk, and on the trunk hung a red fruit. The fruit was crystal clear, and there was a treasure light circulating around it. It emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. What fruit is this? It has such rich life essence. Lu Ming examined it carefully, but he did not recognize what this plant was. Chapter 2483. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery red fruit, like a volcanic eruption, exploded in Lu Ming's body, turning into waves that surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming felt as if his body was wrapped in endless magma and was about to melt. Bursts of stinging pain spread throughout his body. The energy contained in this fiery red fruit was really amazing. Even with Lu Ming's current physical body, he could not bear it and was about to be torn apart. Indestructible ancient scripture, power of dominator. Lu Ming growled and operated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. At the same time, he operated the path of dominator. The path of dominator was to dominate everything. Lu Ming tried to dominate these energies and thus control them. It worked. Under the path of dominator, these energies became much more docile. Then Lu Ming operated the 7 gods' mysterious art. His muscles and bones vibrated 10 billion times per second to refine these energies. Whoosh! Streams of energy, like rivers, were used up in Lu Ming's body. With every vibration, endless energy was used up, refined, and seeped into Lu Ming's muscles and bones, strengthening Lu Ming's physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was improving rapidly. It was really fast, much faster than when he used the dragon marrow pool to cultivate in the lair of Zulong. The energy in the lair of Zulong, relatively speaking, was relatively mild. The energy of this fruit was extremely violent. Fortunately, it was Lu Ming. If it were someone else who swallowed the whole fruit, their body would have exploded and they would have died. But the violence brought about the rapid improvement of the physical body. Refine. Lu Ming refined with all his strength. Soon, a month had passed. Boom! Before the energy of the fruit was completely refined, Lu Ming's body vibrated as though thunder was roaring. He broke through. His physical body had broken through, and the seven-god mysterious art had broken through to the middle of the 6th level. Now, Lu Ming was sufficient to suppress a 4-star heavenly emperor just by relying on the strength of his fleshy body. His combat power increased greatly. There was still some energy left in his body. Lu Ming continued to operate the 7 gods' mysterious art to refine all the remaining energy. The remaining energy was naturally not enough for Lu Ming's body to continue breaking through, but it was enough to consolidate it. A few days later, Lu Ming finished refining all the energy and ended his cultivation. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming had already gained a lot from this trip to the Cursed Land. His mastery of the Tao of Sovereigns had deepened, his fleshly body had broken through, and his strength had increased tremendously. What could be better than this? Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and walked back. Soon, Lu Ming arrived near the sword formation. The one who spoke was not Monarch Fengming, but someone else. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures flashed in the surroundings, and one after another, figures appeared. It's the evil god tribe. The others in the heaven domain were in an uproar. It's really the evil god tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He understood everything when he saw the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe must have arrived after they entered the heaven domain. Monarch Fengming must have surrendered and pretended to be talking to Lu Ming to launch a sneak attack. Monarch Fengming knew that 6 Saints' heavenly sovereign was a threat, so he launched a sneak attack to get rid of 6 Saints' heavenly sovereign. At the very least, he wanted to injure 6 Saints' heavenly sovereign severely. This way, Lu Ming and the others would be like a turtle in a jar. Lu Ming, the divine ancestor has instructed us to kill you if we meet you. You can go in peace. Ha ha! If we kill you, the divine ancestor will think highly of us. Lu Ming, your death will be worth it. Several evil god tribe members laughed loudly. Do you think you can kill me? Lu Ming said coldly. Oh, do you want others to come and save you? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Those useless subordinates of yours are all here. One of the evil god tribe members sneered. With a wave of his hand, several heads fell to the ground. Liao Min, Wu Fan. Looking at the heads, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. His body emitted an extremely cold, killing intent. Liao Min, Wu Fan, they were all Lu Ming's guards. They had followed Lu Ming from the beginning and had not betrayed Lu Ming. Now, they had been killed by the other party. He was furious. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. Finally, he looked at Monarch Fengming and said, Your Fengming kingdom will be destroyed. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.